Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Lori. The first snowflake hits my windshield like a tiny splattered star. It's followed by another, and then a whole swirling cosmos of them. Beautiful, if you're the type of person who finds beauty in impending chaos. I, Dr. Lori Dixon, am not that type of person. I'm the type of person who sees a forecast of 1 to 3 inches and packs for 6, who maps her route with 3 alternate options, and whose idea of a perfect Christmas Eve is driving toward a cardiology conference in a blissfully sterile hotel, leaving 150 miles of festive pandemonium in my rearview mirror. My phone buzzes in its dashboard mount, flashing a picture of my mother with a flower in her hair. I tap the screen. "Lori, baby, are you almost there?" My mother's voice crackles through the speaker, layered over what sounds like a war between a jazz rendition of Jingle Bells and a barking dog. "Nowhere near, Mom. I'm about 3 hours out from Syracuse." "Did you forget I'm not coming home for Christmas this year?" I keep my tone light, practiced. It's the same tone I use to tell a patient they need to cut down on sodium, calm, reasonable, and utterly non-negotiable. "Of course not, silly. I just meant, are you almost to the hotel? Your father's trying to build a nativity scene out of cinnamon sticks and candied ginger, and I think the dog is eating the baby Jesus." I pinch the bridge of my nose, a familiar ache starting behind my eyes. This is precisely what I'm escaping. My parents, 2 brilliant, celebrated painters, live their lives like a perpetual art installation where everything is vibrant, spontaneous, and perpetually sticky. My life, by contrast, is a carefully curated exhibit of order. Scalpels, sutures, and scheduled surgeries. Clear, definable problems with clear, logical solutions. "That sounds creative," I offer. "Just tell Dad to make sure the dog doesn't get a splinter." "Oh, he's fine. He's moved on to the wise men now. Anyway, honey, it's not too late to turn around." Taylor called. She said the conference is just a bunch of boring old men arguing about statins. We're about to have our annual neighborhood caroling flash mob. My knuckles are white on the steering wheel. A caroling flash mob. My personal 9th circle of hell. "Mom, I have to go. The snow's picking up. I need to focus." "All right, baby. Just be safe. We miss you. I packed you some of my rum-soaked fruitcake. It's in your passenger seat. Don't eat it all at once." "I won't," I lie, eyeing the foil-wrapped brick on the seat beside me. It will go directly into the hotel trash can, a sweet-smelling sacrifice to the gods of discipline and controlled blood sugar. "Love you." I hang up before the chaos can seep any further through the phone and turn up the volume on my meticulously curated podcast about the history of surgical knots. Silence. Order. Control. This is what I need. It's what I've built my entire life around. There has only been one deviation, one catastrophic, electrifying lapse in judgment. And of course, it happened exactly 1 year ago tonight. Christmas Eve. At the same conference, in the same hotel. I'd been hiding from my family's incessant FaceTimes in the dimly lit hotel bar, nursing a glass of overpriced wine, and then he walked in. He was tall, with shoulders that seemed to carry the weight of the world, and a rugged, weathered face that suggested he'd wrestled that world and lost. He didn't speak, not to the bartender, not to anyone. He just ordered a whiskey with a single sharp gesture and retreated to the darkest corner of the room. He was a black hole of silence in a universe of forced holiday cheer. He approached me. I don't remember what I said. Something forgettable. But he looked up, and his eyes, a piercing, startling green, pinned me in place. We didn't talk. We didn't need to. The desperation for a moment of oblivion was a shared language between us. An hour later, we were in his room. It was frantic, nameless, and utterly anonymous, a collision of two strangers seeking a temporary anesthetic. The next morning, I was gone before he woke up. I never even learned his name. He was a footnote in my life, a secret anomaly I diagnosed as a one-time stress response and filed away. The memory is so sharp, so vivid, that I almost don't see it. A flash of white at the edge of the woods. My foot slams on the brake by pure instinct. The car, a sensible sedan with excellent safety ratings, has other ideas. It skids on a patch of black ice hidden beneath the fresh powder. The world becomes a dizzying silent spin. There's a sickening lurch, a crunch of metal and plastic against something hard, and then a final jarring thump as the car plows headfirst into a mountain of snow. And then, silence. A silence more profound than any I've ever known. The engine is dead. The podcast is off. The only sound is the frantic thumping of my own heart against my ribs. My training kicks in. I do a quick self-assessment. Airway, breathing, circulation. All systems are a-go. No pain, other than the dull ache of my seatbelt against my collarbone. I try the ignition. Nothing. Just a pathetic click. I grab my phone. No service. Of course, I let my head fall back against the headrest and close my eyes. The irony washing over me in a cold, brutal wave. I ran from the chaos of my family, only to find myself stranded in the heart of a blizzard, in a dead car, completely alone. My fortress of control has been breached, its walls crumbled by a patch of ice and a suicidal deer. Panic, cold and sharp, begins to prick at the edges of my composure. I force it down. Panicking is an inefficient use of energy. I need a plan. Option A. Stay in the car. Wait for a snowplow that may or may not come down this deserted country road. Risk hypothermia. Option B. Find shelter. My eyes scan the oppressive darkness outside. The snow is coming down in a thick, suffocating sheet. But then I see it. Through the swirling white, a tiny flickering pinprick of yellow. A light. A house. It's maybe a quarter of a mile away. A beacon in the storm. It's a risk, a huge, unquantifiable one, but it's a better option than freezing to death. Slipping my phone into my pocket and grabbing the foil-wrapped fruitcake, my only potential offering to a stranger, I push the car door open against the resisting snowdrift. The wind hits me like a physical blow, stealing the breath from my lungs. My practical boots are no match for the depth of the snow, and my sensible wool coat feels paper-thin against the biting cold. Every step is a battle. The wind howls, whipping my curls across my face and stinging my eyes. The cold seeps into my bones, a deep, invasive chill. The light is my only guide, the single point of focus in a world that has dissolved into a whirlwind of white and gray. At last, I'm there, standing on the porch of a dark, rustic cabin. It's a reclusive-looking place, built of dark wood, with a chimney puffing a steady stream of smoke into the storm. For a moment, I hesitate. This could be a mistake, a very, very bad one. But the cold is a powerful motivator. I raise a trembling, frozen hand and knock. The sound is swallowed by the storm. I knock again, harder this time, banging my fist against the solid wood. I wait. A minute stretches into an eternity. Just as I'm about to give up, to turn back and face the storm, a bolt slides on the other side of the door. It swings inward. A man stands there, silhouetted by the warm golden light from within. He's tall, broad-shouldered, with hair that's too long and a dark shadow of a beard covering his jaw. My mind short-circuits. The universe isn't just cruel. It's a comedian with a penchant for sick, elaborate jokes. It's him, the stranger from the hotel bar. A year older, more weathered, but unmistakably him. The shock is a physical jolt, a current that runs from the base of my skull down to my frozen toes. I expect to see confusion in his face, maybe a flicker of dawning, awkward recognition. I see neither. His piercing green eyes fix on me, but they're not mysterious or inviting. They're cold, glacial. He stares at me, his expression a mask of pure, undisguised anger. He grits out 2 words, a sound like gravel tearing from his throat. What do you want?
Chapter 2. Kenneth. The whiskey isn't working. It's a good whiskey, the expensive kind Amelia used to buy me for Christmas, telling me my tormented artist shtick required better props. The bottle has lasted 3 years. Tonight, I plan to kill it. But the amber liquid only sharpens the edges of the silence, making the memories louder. Outside, the wind screams. Inside, her ghost hums. It's always, "Oh, holy night." She'd butcher the high notes with a theatrical flair, her hand over her heart, until I'd finally crack a smile. I haven't smiled in 3 years. My gaze drifts to the canvas on the easel. It's a mess of violent grays and a furious, bloody slash of crimson. It's supposed to be the storm outside, but like everything I paint now, it's just a portrait of the wreckage inside my own skull. 3 years ago, I painted with color. I painted light. I painted her. Now I just paint the absence of her. A log shifts in the fireplace, spitting a shower of orange sparks. My jaw is so tight it aches. Christmas Eve. The world's annual mandatory performance of joy. For me, it's just the prelude. The anniversary of the accident, of the day the world stopped making sense, is in 3 days. This is the part where I'm supposed to reflect, to remember the good times. But all I can remember is the metallic screech of a phone call, the sterile white of a hospital waiting room, the hollow platitudes of strangers. I raise the glass to my lips, the burn a welcome distraction. My solitude is a fortress. The snow, the wind, the isolation. They are the walls, the moat, the sentries that keep the world and its suffocating pity at bay. Here, I don't have to be Kenneth Corbin, the tragic artist. I can just be a ghost, haunted and haunting in equal measure. That's when I hear it. A knock. A sharp, solid thump, thump, thump against the door. The sound is a physical violation. It's a rock thrown through a stained glass window. It's a voice in a library. My entire body goes rigid. No one comes here. The locals know better. Hank from the general store leaves my supplies at the end of the long driveway, and I fetch them after he's gone. This is our unspoken arrangement. Thump, thump, thump. Harder this time. Insistent. A surge of hot, pure rage floods my veins. Some lost tourist? Some idiot who ignored the storm warnings? I run a hand through my overgrown hair, the motion rough, angry. I push myself to my feet, the worn floorboards groaning under my weight. I will give them 5 seconds of my fury, and then slam the door. I wrench the old bolt back, a sound like a breaking bone, and pull the heavy wooden door inward. And the world stops making sense all over again. The wind snatches the air from my body, but it's not the cold that paralyzes me. It's her. Snow clings to the wild halo of her dark curls and dusts the shoulders of a coat that is entirely too thin for this weather. Her skin, a rich, warm brown, is flushed with cold. Her lips are tinged blue. But it's her eyes, wide, intelligent, and currently full of a disorienting cocktail of shock and disbelief, that I remember. The woman from the hotel bar. The one-night stand. The ghost of a different Christmas Eve. My mind flashes back, an unwelcome reel of film. The St. Regis bar, a year ago tonight. Me, hiding in the corner, trying to outrun Amelia's ghost. I saw her across the room, a pillar of elegant composure in a sea of holiday tackiness. She was on the phone, her posture perfect, but I saw the tension in her jaw, the exhaustion in her eyes. I saw a fortress with a hairline crack in its foundation. I recognized it because I lived in one just like it. I watched her for an hour, watched her end the call and massage her temples with long, graceful fingers, watched her stare into her wine like it held the answers to the universe. When she finally looked up, her gaze swept the room, and I felt it, the same desperate need for an escape hatch, for a moment of pure, uncomplicated oblivion. So I chose her. Our night together wasn't a collision. It was a calculated act of mutual self-destruction. And when I woke up alone, I was relieved. A clean break. An anomaly. And now, the anomaly is on my doorstep. The universe isn't just a comedian. It's a sadist. The rage I felt a moment ago curdles into something colder, sharper. Shame. Her presence here is a spotlight on a wound I thought I'd cauterized. I grit out the words, the sound tearing from my raw throat. What do you want? She blinks, the snowflakes on her lashes melting into tiny, glistening droplets. The doctor in her seems to take over, her expression shifting from shock to analytical. She assesses me, the cabin, the situation, all in a split second. My car went off the road about a quarter-mile back. Black ice. Her voice is steady, a low, melodic hum that I also remember, a sound that had whispered nonsense in the dark. There's no cell service. I saw your light. I need to call for a tow truck. She delivers the lines like a diagnosis, factual, devoid of the messy, catastrophic coincidence of the moment. It infuriates me. She's trying to file this away, to put it in a neat, orderly box, just like I tried to. I give her a one-word answer. A wall. No. Her perfectly shaped eyebrows draw together. A flicker of disbelief. No. It's Christmas Eve. There's a blizzard raging in case you hadn't noticed. The temperature is dropping. Are you seriously suggesting my best option is to go back outside and develop a case of severe hypothermia? The clinical terminology is so jarring. So, her. She's not asking for help. She's presenting a logical argument. I feel a grim, humorless smile tug at my lips. Looks like you have a knack for finding trouble on Christmas Eve. The words are a low blow, and I mean them to be. I want to see that composure crack again. I want her to feel as exposed as I do. It works. The shot lands. Her eyes widen and the clinical mask dissolves. The shock is back, but this time it's not about the coincidence. It's about the memory. I watch her mind connect the dots. The gruff stranger in the cabin, the bitter comment, the date on the calendar. She's not just seeing a potential savior anymore. She's seeing the man from the St. Regis. She's seeing me. That look. That dawning horror of recognition. It's a mirror reflecting my own shame and fury back at me. I can't stand it. I can't have that night here in this place, tainting the sanctity of my grief. My hand tightens on the door, the old wood groaning in protest. I move to slam it shut, to put the storm and the past and her back on the other side where they belong.
Chapter 3. Lori. The door moves. My brain, a finely tuned machine that processes trauma and makes life or death decisions in seconds, sends a single, unequivocal command to my body. Triage. The immediate threat isn't the walking, talking ghost of Christmas past. It's the blizzard actively trying to kill me. My foot, clad in a very sensible but now snow-soaked leather boot, shoots into the gap. The door stops with a dull thud against the sole of my shoe. His green eyes, which I remember being filled with a kind of shared, desperate darkness a year ago, are now narrowed slits of ice. What the hell do you think you're doing? My ER voice kicks in. It's the one I use when a patient is panicking or a family member is yelling, calm, clipped, and radiating an authority I don't currently feel. I am preventing you from making a decision that could result in my death from exposure, which I imagine would involve a significant amount of paperwork for you when my body is discovered in your driveway come spring. A muscle jumps in his jaw. You think I care about paperwork? I think you're a rational human being who, when presented with a clear and present danger to another person's life, will choose the path of least resistance and greatest moral integrity. I'm talking to him like he's a psych patient, threatening to leave against medical advice. It's the only shield I have against the tidal wave of mortification threatening to drown me. He actually lets out a short bark-like laugh. It's a terrible sound, completely devoid of humor. Lady, you have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, let's scrap the appeal to morality then, I counter, pushing a little harder against the door. My toes are starting to go numb. Let's be pragmatic. My car is a write-off until a tow truck can get to it, which won't be until this storm breaks. My phone is a useless brick. That makes me currently your problem. I can be your problem on the porch, where I will likely freeze to death. Or I can be your problem on a small, non-intrusive section of your floor, where I will quietly wait for the opportunity to leave. The choice is yours, but one of them involves a potential corpse. He stares at my boot wedged in his doorway, then back up at my face. He's assessing me, and the intensity of his gaze makes my skin feel tight. For a second, I think he's actually going to try to force the door shut, crushing my foot. Instead, he lets out a slow breath, a cloud of white in the frigid air. He wrenches the door open with a sudden violent motion. Fine. The word is a shard of glass. He turns his back on me and stalks into the cabin, leaving me to stumble over the threshold and push the heavy door shut against the howling wind. The sudden warmth is a shock to my system. My frozen skin begins to prickle and burn. The cabin is one large room, dominated by a huge stone fireplace where a healthy fire roars and spits. The air is rich with the sharp, chemical scent of turpentine, the earthy smell of wood smoke, and something else. Neglect. A fine layer of dust coats every surface. Canvases are stacked against the walls, all of them facing away except for the one on a large easel near the fire. It's a tempest of dark, angry colors, a vortex of gray and black with a gash of crimson that looks like an open wound. It's deeply unsettling, and he, the man who painted it, is now standing by the fireplace, his back to me, his entire posture radiating a hostility so potent it feels like a physical force in the room. The silence is worse than the storm. It's a living entity, thick with the unspoken history of a hotel room and the screeching awkwardness of this reunion. I need to break it. I need a plan. Do you have a landline? I ask, my voice sounding unnaturally loud. He doesn't turn. No. Wi-Fi then? I could try Wi-Fi calling. He gestures vaguely toward a corner of the cabin with the bottle of whiskey he's holding. There's a generator out back that powers a satellite dish. Sometimes it works. The generator. A lifeline. I pull my phone from my pocket, my fingers clumsy with cold, and begin to pace the perimeter of the room like a caged animal, my eyes glued to the top left corner of the screen. One bar. Nothing. I move past a worn armchair draped in a quilt. Nothing. I approach the corner he indicated, near a grimy window. One bar flickers to life, then two. It's a Christmas miracle. My fingers fly across the screen. My first text, going to the one person who will understand the sheer, cosmic absurdity of this situation. Me. Code white. Stranded in a blizzard. You will not believe who I am snowed in with. Taylor's reply is almost instantaneous, a rapid-fire series of texts that make my phone vibrate like a startled insect. Taylor. OMG. Lori. Are you okay? Taylor. Wait. Code white. Is it a hot doctor? Please tell me you crashed into Chris Evans's secret lumberjack fantasy cabin. Taylor. OMG. It's not, is it? No, it can't be. Me. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. It's the ghost of Christmas Eve past, in the flesh, and he is pissed to see me. Taylor. Shut up. Shut up. The universe has an awful sense of humor. What is he like? Is he still a broody, silent smoke show? Me. He's more broody, more silent. The cabin smells like sad paintings and whiskey. The tension is so thick I could perform surgery on it. A new text from Taylor comes through, this one with a mischievous little winking emoji. Taylor. Okay, new plan. This isn't a disaster. It's a Hallmark movie. And I'm the sassy best friend who orchestrates the romance. I'm sending you a list. I call it Mistletoe Dares. Your mission, should you choose to accept it. Me. Taylor. Absolutely not. This is a serious situation. The man looks like he wants to murder me with a paintbrush. Taylor. Exactly. You need to de-escalate. Think of it as medical intervention. Starting with dare number 1, make him a hot chocolate that's actually good. No man can be actively homicidal while drinking quality hot chocolate. It's science. I stare at the text, a bubble of hysterical laughter rising in my throat. It's the most ridiculous, unprofessional, and downright idiotic idea I've ever heard. It's a Taylor plan through and through. Illogical, unpredictable, born of the same kind of bohemian chaos my parents thrive on. I glance over at him. He's still standing by the fire, staring into the flames, a statue of angry solitude. The silence is pressing in on me again, heavy and suffocating. My usual tools, logic, reason, a calm bedside manner, are useless here. He's not a patient. He's a variable I can't control. But the tension, that's a symptom. And maybe Taylor's insane prescription is the only medicine I have. It's a task, a procedure, a way to do something other than stand here and vibrate with awkwardness. I'm going to make some hot chocolate, I announce to his back. He flinches as if my voice startled him. He turns his head slightly, just enough to eye me with suspicion. I don't want any. It wasn't an offer, I say, already moving toward the small dark alcove that must be the kitchen. It's a preventative measure for my circulation and my morale. The kitchen is a testament to a life lived on the barest of terms. The counters are bare, except for a single dirty plate with a fork stuck to it. The shelves hold a few cans of soup, a box of crackers, and a lineup of dusty, mismatched mugs. It's the kitchen of a man who doesn't live here. He just exists. I open a cupboard, expecting to find a canister of Swiss Miss at best. It's empty. I open another. Empty, except for one thing. Sitting in the middle of the shelf, looking absurdly out of place, is a beautiful dark green tin. The label is in French. Chocolat chaud à l'ancienne. It's the kind of high-end, ridiculously expensive drinking chocolate you find in specialty shops, the kind you have to whisk into warmed milk. It's a relic from another life. I take the tin down, the metal cool against my still thawing fingers. It feels like evidence, a clue to the man behind the anger. I turn around, my mind already formulating a plan to find milk and a saucepan. And I stop dead. He's standing in the doorway to the kitchen, silent as a shadow. He's not looking at me. His gaze is fixed on the tin in my hands, and his expression is one I can't decipher at all. It's a raw, unnerving intensity, like he's looking at a ghost. He makes me feel less like a person and more like a specimen under a microscope, an unexpected variable that has just contaminated his entire experiment.
Chapter 4. Kenneth. She turns and the tin of French chocolate is in her hands. My breath catches in my throat. It's not a gasp. It's a complete system failure, a momentary cessation of all autonomic function. That tin. That ridiculous, overpriced dark green tin. It's been on that shelf for 3 years, a silent, dusty monument. Amelia bought it on a trip to the city, declaring it the only civilized way to survive a winter in the woods. I see her now, clear as the flames in the hearth, her hair a mess, a smudge of paint on her cheek, whisking the dark powder into a saucepan and humming wildly off-key. The woman standing in my kitchen is not Amelia. She is an intruder, a stranger, a ghost from a different, less sacred part of my past. And she is holding a holy relic in her competent, steady hands. The heat that the whiskey failed to provide rushes up my neck. Put that down. My voice is low, a guttural command. It doesn't have the effect I intend. She doesn't startle. She doesn't flinch. She simply raises a perfectly sculpted eyebrow, her head tilting in that unnervingly analytical way. "Why?" she asks, her tone neutral, like she's asking about a patient's symptoms. "Is it decorative? Because I can assure you, its nutritional value is likely minimal, but the morale-boosting properties of theobromine are well documented." This woman. She speaks in abstracts and diagnoses. She pathologizes everything. It's infuriating. "It's not for you." "I'm not for me either," she counters, her gaze unwavering. "But circumstances have dictated otherwise. I am assessing our resources. This appears to be a resource. Do you have a sentimental attachment to powdered chocolate?" The question is so clinical, so absurdly on the nose. It knocks the wind out of me. A sentimental attachment. She might as well ask if I have a sentimental attachment to my own lungs. My hand clenches at my side. "It's mine. I'm not planning on stealing it," she replies, her patience starting to fray around the edges. I can see it in the slight tightening of her lips. "I'm planning on using it to raise our core body temperatures, starting with mine, which is currently hovering somewhere in the hypothermic range. It's basic survival, not a heist." She gestures around the pathetic kitchen. "Unless you're hiding a stash of MRES somewhere, this is all we've got." She's right. And I hate it. I hate the cool, irrefutable logic that is slicing through my fortress of grief. She's not asking for permission to enter my past. She's simply stating a fact about our present. She's a doctor, and this is triage. The patient is the situation, and the prescription is hot chocolate. I run a hand through my hair, the motion jerky, frustrated. I can't explain the significance of the tin without inviting the one thing I can't stand. Pity. The look in a person's eyes when they find out who I am, what I lost. Her eyes, right now, are just observant. It's a look I can almost tolerate. "There's no milk," I bite out, a last-ditch effort to stop this invasion. She doesn't miss a beat. Her gaze scans the shelves above the counter. No fresh milk, perhaps, but people who live this far off the grid usually have a backup. Her eyes land on a small, dusty box tucked behind a can of beans. Powdered. Excellent. And just like that, I've lost. She turns her back on me, a clear dismissal, and begins to move through my kitchen with a quiet, unnerving efficiency. It's a performance of competence I can't look away from. She finds the small saucepan Amelia used, tucked away in a low cupboard. She rinses it at the sink, the sound of the running water, an alien noise in this silent house. She measures the water with a precision that suggests she's done it 1,000 times. I stay in the doorway, a sentinel at a battle that is already over, and I watch. I expect her to be clumsy in this unfamiliar space, to make noise, to seem out of place. She is none of those things. Her movements are economical and graceful. She pulls her mass of dark curls, now drying into a beautiful chaotic halo, into a loose knot at the nape of her neck, a few errant coils escaping to frame her face. The gesture is so unconsciously elegant, it makes my chest hurt. Amelia used to cook like a storm, a whirlwind of flour and clanging pots and joyful messes. This woman, Lori, works like a surgeon. Every movement is precise, clean, and purposeful. She heats the water, whisks in the powdered milk until it's smooth, and only then does she open the sacred tin. The aroma hits me first. Rich, dark chocolate with a hint of cinnamon and something else. Something that smells like a life I am no longer permitted to live. It's the scent of cozy mornings and lazy afternoons. It's the scent of Amelia laughing as she licks the spoon. The memory is a physical blow, and I have to brace myself against the doorframe, my knuckles white. She doesn't seem to notice. Or if she does, she has the good sense not to mention it. She gently spoons the dark, velvety powder into the warm milk, whisking constantly, her focus absolute. She's a whirlwind of unwelcome life in my mausoleum. When she's done, she pours the piping hot liquid into 2 mugs, 2 dusty, chipped mugs she found and washed without a word. She walks toward me, holding one out. Her expression is utterly unreadable. It's not a peace offering. It's not an act of kindness. It feels like a transaction, a necessary step in her survival protocol. "Here," she says, her voice even. "I told you I didn't want any." My own voice is a low growl, but it lacks the conviction it had before. The rich, warm scent has already disarmed me. "And I told you it was for my morale," she retorts smoothly, not moving the mug. "This is just the surplus. It would be inefficient to let it go to waste." Her logic is a weapon, and it's brutally effective. I look from her impassive face to the steam curling from the mug. My hand moves of its own accord, my calloused fingers brushing against hers as I take the warm ceramic. The contact is a spark on a frayed nerve, a jolt of unexpected heat that has absolutely nothing to do with the chocolate. She retreats to the fireplace, curling into the worn armchair and cradling her own mug in her hands. I stay where I am, a man out of place in his own home. I stare down into the dark, swirling liquid. It feels like a betrayal to drink it. It feels like a surrender. But the cold has seeped deep into my bones, and the warmth from the mug is a siren's call. I lift it to my lips. The first sip is a shock. It's perfect. Not sweet, but rich and dark and complex. It tastes of memory. It tastes of a life I thought was gone forever. I close my eyes just for a second, a crack in my carefully constructed facade. The silence that settles between us now is different. The anger has dissipated, replaced by a tense, humming awkwardness. We are 2 strangers, bound by a storm and a one-night stand, drinking the ghost of my wife's favorite hot chocolate. The absurdity is so thick I can almost taste it. A sudden, sharp buzz cuts through the quiet. It's her phone sitting on the small table beside her chair. The screen lights up, casting a pale blue glow on her face. She glances down at it, her expression unreadable in the dim light. Then she looks back up at me, and there's a flicker of something new in her eyes. It's not pity. It's not fear. It looks like a bizarre combination of mischief and clinical apprehension, the way she might look before delivering a particularly strange diagnosis. She takes a slow sip from her mug, her eyes holding mine over the rim. "So," she begins, her voice a low, deliberate murmur that slices through the fragile truce. "What's your favorite Christmas song?"
Chapter 5. Lori. The question hangs between us, a fragile thread stretched over a chasm of silence. My heart is beating a little too fast, a frantic arrhythmia I diagnose as a combination of adrenaline and sheer, unadulterated awkwardness. This is a terrible idea. Taylor is a menace. And yet, the silence that preceded this was worse, a heavy, suffocating blanket of shared history and mutual regret. This, at least, is a distraction, a procedure. I'm just taking a patient history. Kenneth stares at me from across the room, his green eyes narrowed. He hasn't moved from his spot by the kitchen doorway, holding the mug of hot chocolate like it's both a shield and a weapon. He looks at me as if I've just asked him to donate a kidney. I don't have one. He finally bites out. The words are flat, final. A closed door. My phone, resting screen up on the table, offers a silent rebuttal. Taylor's last text is still visible. No man can be actively homicidal while drinking quality hot chocolate. It's science. I take a slow sip from my own mug, the rich, dark chocolate coating my tongue. It's a liquid truce, and I'm going to leverage it. None at all? That seems statistically improbable. Everyone has at least one Christmas song they can tolerate. It's a symptom of living in a commercialized society, like knowing the McDonald's jingle. A muscle feathers in his jaw. I'm not a commercialized society? No, you're more of a reclusive, off-the-grid society of one. But surely, even you have been exposed to the radio between the months of November and January. Let me guess. I lean back in the armchair, feigning a thoughtful expression. This is a diagnostic test. I'm looking for a reaction. You seem like a Jingle Bell Rock kind of guy. Upbeat. A little rebellious. Classic. His expression curdles. If looks could kill, I would currently be suffering from a massive, instantaneous cerebral hemorrhage. Absolutely not. No? Okay, my mistake. I tap a finger against my chin. How about Mariah Carey? All I want for Christmas is you. A timeless declaration of anti-materialism, very on brand for a brooding artist in a cabin. He actually lets out a short, sharp huff of air through his nose. It might be the closest he's come to laughter in years. You're enjoying this, aren't you? I'm conducting an experiment, I correct him smoothly, though my pulse flutters. A reaction. We have a sign of life. I'm trying to find a crack in the grumpy hermit facade. It's a professional curiosity. There are no cracks. Everything has a crack, I murmur, more to myself than to him. That's how the light gets in. Or so I've heard. I straighten up, abandoning the playful guesses for a different approach, a more targeted one. I remember the scent of this place, turpentine and history, the worn quilt over the chair, the solid hand-built feel of the cabin itself. What about something classic then? Bing Crosby. White Christmas. The definitive, unimpeachable standard. He doesn't answer immediately. He just stares down into his mug, his broad shoulders tensing under his worn flannel shirt. The game is over. I've pushed too far, or maybe just in the wrong direction. The silence that returns is heavier than before, laced with the metallic tang of a nerve I've accidentally struck. I'm about to backtrack, to diagnose my own failure and retreat, when he speaks. His voice is a low, rough thing, dragged up from somewhere deep and broken. My wife? He stops. The two words are a boulder dropped into the quiet pond of the room. He doesn't look at me. He can't. He's staring at a ghost I can't see. She loved Oh Holy Night. The admission is raw. It's a confession. He says it like he's admitting a weakness, a flaw in the armor he's built so carefully around himself. And in that moment, he is no longer the nameless stranger from a hotel bar or the angry recluse who opened the door. He is a man, hollowed out by a grief so profound it has become the very architecture of his life. All the witty banter, all the snarky diagnostic shields I hide behind, evaporate. They are useless here. In the face of this kind of raw, unvarnished pain, my usual tools are laughably inadequate. I am a surgeon without a scalpel. The air is permeated with his loss. I can feel it, a physical pressure against my chest. I have to move. I have to change the subject before I drown in it. Or worse, before I do something unforgivably clinical, like offer a platitude. I place my mug on the small table and stand up. My movements feel slow, deliberate. I need a new focal point, a new distraction. My phone buzzes again. Another dare from Taylor, I'm sure, but I ignore it. This requires a different tactic. My gaze lands on the painting on the easel by the fire, the one that looks like an open wound. It's the only piece of art in the entire cabin that isn't turned to face the wall. It's the one thing he hasn't hidden. I walk toward it, each step a conscious choice to pivot away from the minefield of his past. The warmth of the fire kisses my cheek as I get closer. The painting is larger up close, more chaotic. It's a maelstrom of color and texture. The paint is thick, applied with a violence that makes the canvas itself seem to buckle. I see now that it's not just black and gray. There are deep, bruised purples, sickly greens, and that terrifying slash of crimson that seems to pulse with its own malevolent light. It's not a storm, it's a car crash, it's a ruptured artery. It's the visual representation of a heart being ripped out of a chest. I can feel him watching me. His silence is a weight on my back. He's waiting for my judgment, my diagnosis. He's expecting me to be repulsed, to turn away, to offer some meaningless compliment about the brushwork. But I'm a doctor. I spend my days looking at the messy, broken, bleeding interiors of people. I am not afraid of what's beneath the surface. And this painting is all interior. It's a soul turned inside out. I reach out, my fingers hovering just inches from the canvas, feeling the heat radiating from the thick, angry layers of paint. I don't say what he expects. I don't offer a platitude. I offer a diagnosis. My voice is quiet, a soft murmur against the crackle and pop of the fire. It's full of pain, I say, my eyes tracing the jagged, furious lines. But it's honest. I take a half step back, taking in the whole devastating, chaotic masterpiece. It's breathtaking. He flinches. It's not a big movement, just a sharp, sudden jerk of his shoulders, as if I'd walked up behind him and unexpectedly struck him between the shoulder blades. His head snaps up, and his face, which had been raw and vulnerable just a moment before, closes off completely. The shutters slam down. The walls go back up, higher and colder than before. He gazes at me, and his eyes are vacant, the ghost of his wife banished by a new, more immediate threat. Me.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 6. Kenneth. Breathtaking. The word lands like a punch to the solar plexus, knocking the breath from my body. It's not the compliment that does it. It's the diagnosis that precedes it. It's full of pain, but it's honest. Honest. For 3 years, the art world, the world I fled, has used other words for my work. Genevieve, my long-suffering gallery owner, called it a profound new direction. Critics, in their hushed, reverent reviews, called it a visceral departure, a raw meditation on loss. Strangers at the last show I attended before I disappeared just looked at me with those wide, wet eyes and called it so brave. They were all just different words for the same thing. Broken. They looked at my art and saw a tragedy. They saw the story, not the work. They smothered it in pity. But this woman, this doctor with eyes that see things in cross-section, she looks at the ugliest, most tormented thing I have ever created, and she calls it honest. She doesn't see a tragedy. She sees a symptom, an accurate representation of the disease. The shock of being truly seen, stripped of all the narrative nonsense, is a physical blow. The walls I've built to keep the world out are suddenly transparent. She's not looking at the fortress. She's looking right through the window at the prisoner inside. And the shock jolts a memory loose, a scene that I have kept deliberately blurred, filed away under temporary anomaly. The St. Regis bar, Christmas Eve, a year ago. I've allowed myself to remember it as a haze of whiskey and a nameless, faceless collision, a random act of desperation. But that's not right. That's not the truth. Her word, honest, demands the truth from me now. The memory sharpens, focusing with a startling, painful clarity. I was in the corner booth, nursing my second whiskey, trying to dissolve into the plush leather. The bar was a nightmare of forced festivity, garlands dripping with fake snow, a bartender in a cheap Santa hat, the cloying scent of mulled wine. I was there because it was the last place Amelia and I had a drink together before. Everything. A self-flagellating pilgrimage. I was watching the door, daring the ghost of my wife to walk through it. But then she walked in. Lori. She wasn't a part of the festive noise. She was an island of quiet composure in the middle of it. She wore a simple, elegant black dress that made the red and green around her look garish. She ordered a glass of red wine, her voice a low, calm murmur. But I saw it. I saw the exhaustion in the set of her shoulders, the tension in the delicate line of her jaw. She found a small table and her phone rang. I watched her answer, her entire posture shifting into something rigid, professional. "I'm fine, Mom, really," she'd said, her voice a little too bright. "The reception is lovely. No, it's not too late to turn around, but I'm committed." I remember the word, committed, because it sounded like a life sentence. She'd spent 10 minutes on that call, a masterclass in polite evasion, her fingers pleating and unpleating the edge of a cocktail napkin. I saw the desperate need for the call to end, the psychic weight of the person on the other end. When she hung up, she brought a hand to her temple, her thumb and forefinger pressing into the skin, as if to manually stop a headache. She took a slow, deliberate sip of wine, and then stared into the glass as if it held the cure. And I recognized her. Not her face. Her. The soul of her. I recognized the meticulous control, the carefully constructed walls, the desperate attempt to hold the chaos of the world at bay. I recognized the exhaustion of performance. I saw a fellow soldier, fighting a different war on the same damn holiday. The decision, when I made it, wasn't a drunken impulse. It was a conscious choice, a quiet, desperate recognition. I was drowning, and I saw someone else treading water just as furiously, and I thought, for one night, maybe we could be each other's life raft. Or at least, we could go under together. I waited until she was staring at the door, her expression a mix of longing and dread. Then I got up and walked over. I chose her. Our meeting wasn't a random collision. It was an act of intention. My intention. The realization hits me now, here, in the firelit quiet of my cabin. This woman is not a stranger who crashed into my life by accident. She's a choice I made a year ago, a loose thread I pulled, never imagining it would unravel all the way to my front door. I look at her, truly look at her, for the first time since she arrived. She's standing by the fire, her arms wrapped around herself, a defensive posture. She's watching me, her brown eyes full of a wary, clinical curiosity. She thinks she's the one conducting the experiment, diagnosing the grumpy hermit. She has no idea that she is the anomaly, the unexpected variable in my own carefully controlled exile. The anger and shame that have been choking me since I opened the door recede, replaced by a new, more dangerous feeling. Curiosity. The fortress is still there, but I'm suddenly compelled to walk to the gate, to see who is really standing on the other side. I need to know her side of the equation. My voice, when I speak, is not the guttural growl from before. It's something quieter, softer but heavier. It's weighted with the sudden, dizzying knowledge that our story didn't begin an hour ago in a snowbank. It began a year ago in a hotel bar with a choice. My choice. Why were you at the St. Regis last Christmas?
Chapter 7. Lori. His question is a scalpel, It's not the words themselves, but the delivery, the sudden absence of hostility, the quiet, unnerving softness that has replaced it. It's a change in the patient's baseline, a subtle shift in the data that signals something new is happening, and I don't have enough information to diagnose it. My mind, my greatest defense mechanism, scrambles for a logical explanation. He's trying to wrong-foot me. It's a tactic, a way to regain control of a situation that has clearly spiraled beyond his hermetic comfort zone. I decide to meet this new, quiet interrogation with my own brand of detached professionalism. The same reason I was on this road tonight, I say, my voice becoming a carefully modulated even tone. I match his quietness, refusing to let him see he's rattled me. The annual Northeastern Cardiology Symposium. It's always held over the holiday week. Better rates, I assume. I expect a grunt, a nod, a return to the broody silence. Instead, he takes a slow step away from the kitchen doorway, moving further into the room. He sets his now empty mug down on a dusty mantelpiece with a soft, deliberate click. The sound is unnervingly loud in the quiet cabin. A cardiology symposium, he repeats, the words tasting like a foreign language on his tongue. He turns to face me, and the firelight carves deep shadows under his cheekbones. On Christmas Eve? Sounds thrilling. The condescension is a spark on dry tinder. My back straightens. It's a valuable opportunity for professional development. Some of us find a robust discussion on the future of transcatheter aortic valve replacement to be quite stimulating. I'm sure you do, he murmurs, and there's a ghost of something on his lips that might, in another life, have been a smirk. But it seems like an aggressive level of commitment. Don't you have people? A place to be? The question is a little too sharp, a little too personal. He's digging, but why? I do have people. My people happen to understand that my career is a priority. It's a lie. A clean, clinical, well-rehearsed lie. My parents don't understand at all. They see my career as a bizarre, sterile hobby that unfortunately requires all of my time and emotional energy. So you weren't running from anything? He presses, his green eyes holding mine. The question is a mirror of his own reality, and the irony is so thick I could choke on it. Just couldn't wait to get to Syracuse to debate the merits of beta blockers. Are you always this pleasant to the people who get stranded in your driveway? I snap, my control finally cracking. Or do I get a special level of condescension because we shared a cab once? I immediately regret the words. I've just acknowledged the elephant in the room, the one we've both been pretending to ignore since he opened the door. He doesn't even flinch, he just cocks his head, his gaze intensifying. We didn't share a cab. A hotel bar then, whatever. You know what I mean. I wave a dismissive hand, trying to reclaim my lost composure. I feel like I'm in a deposition, and he's the world's most intimidating, lumberjack-esque lawyer. I do, he says, his voice dropping even lower. But do you? Because from where I was sitting, you looked less like a woman eager to get to a conference and more like a woman who would rather be anywhere else in the world. The accuracy of his observation is a direct hit. It bypasses all my defenses and strikes something soft and vulnerable. I remember that night with a clarity that hurts. The weight of my mother's cheerful, guilt-inducing voice on the phone, the suffocating loneliness of being in a city full of strangers, the desperate, hollow ache for a moment of quiet, a moment of nothing. I turn away from him, back toward the fire, needing to break his relentless gaze. I wrap my arms around myself, the warmth from the flames doing little to combat the sudden chill that has little to do with the storm. My family is a lot, I finally admit, the words feeling like stones in my mouth. I'm not looking at him, but I can feel him listening. They're wonderful and loud, and their holiday spirit is administered at a dangerously high dosage. I stare into the hypnotic dance of the flames. I needed a sterile environment. The admission hangs in the air, suspended between us. It's the truest thing I've said since I arrived. It's a piece of myself, offered up in a moment of weakness. I brace myself for his response. More sarcasm, a cynical comment, or worse, the pity I saw reflected in his own eyes when I mentioned his wife's favorite song. I get none of them. There is only silence, a new kind of silence. It's not angry or awkward. It's resonant. I risk a glance over my shoulder. He's looking at me, but the interrogation is over. The judgment is gone. His expression is one I haven't seen before. Not in the hotel bar, not in this cabin. It's a quiet, profound, and deeply unsettling understanding. He's not looking at Dr. Lori Dixon, the competent, controlled professional. He's looking at the woman at the bar, the one who was hiding. He sees the crack in my foundation, and he's not judging it. He's recognizing it. In that single silent moment, the dynamic of the entire room shifts. The tension doesn't disappear, but it changes its molecular structure. It's no longer a brittle, hostile thing. It's something else, something fluid and magnetic and infinitely more dangerous. We are not just a man and a woman who had a one-night stand. We are two runaways, stranded in the same storm. Finally admitting we were both fleeing the same thing, the deafening noise of the world. And then, a new sound intrudes. It's the generator, the steady, reassuring hum that has been the soundtrack to our tense little drama suddenly falters. It sputters, a mechanical cough that makes the single lamp on the table flicker ominously. My head snaps toward the light, my heart giving a sudden hard lurch against my ribs. Kenneth tenses, his entire body going still. We both know what that sound means. The generator coughs again, a weaker, more pathetic sound this time. The lamp flickers violently, casting the room in a strobe of light and shadow, making his face a terrifying mask of sharp angles and deep dark hollows. It catches, holds for one long, agonizing second, and then gives one last, final sigh. The lamp dies. The cabin is plunged into an absolute suffocating darkness. The immediate absence of light is a shock, a sensory deprivation that makes my other senses scream to life. I can smell the wood smoke, the turpentine, the faint, lingering scent of chocolate. I can feel the heat of the fire on the right side of my face. The roar of the blizzard outside is suddenly a monstrous, living entity. But the loudest sound of all is the one inside the cabin. It's the sound of his breathing, a slow, steady inhale and exhale. And it's impossibly, terrifyingly close.
Chapter 8. Kenneth. The darkness that swallows the room is absolute, total. For a moment, it's a relief. It's a return to my natural state. In the dark, there is no judgment. There are no expectations. My paintings are just blank rectangles. The dust is invisible. And the woman across the room is just a shape, her unnervingly perceptive eyes rendered useless. I am king of this lightless kingdom. The fire is the only thing that still exists, a pulsing orange heart in the void. Outside, the wind howls its approval, a lonely, keening sound that I usually find comforting. Tonight, it just makes the silence inside feel more charged. Her voice cuts through the black, and it's not the panicked, startled sound I expect from a city person. It's low, controlled, and laced with an exasperated professionalism that is so uniquely her. "Well," she breathes, "this is suboptimal." A laugh almost escapes me. It's a rusty, unused thing, but it's there, a flicker of warmth in my chest. Suboptimal. A doctor's diagnosis for the apocalypse. "Generator's out of fuel," I say, my voice sounding different in the dark, less like a growl and more like the rumble of stones. Or a tree fell on the line. The result's the same. "Which is?" she prompts, and I can hear the slight rustle of fabric as she shifts in the armchair. She's not afraid. She's gathering data. "Which is, we have the fire, and that's it." I move without hesitation, my feet knowing the worn geography of these floorboards by heart. I know the spot that groans by the hearth, the slight incline near the kitchen. This is my territory. I am not the intruder here. I grab the heavy iron poker and nudge a log deeper into the embers. It catches, and a sudden violent flare of orange light throws the room into dramatic relief. For a split second, she's illuminated. Her face is a mask of shadows and light, her expression not one of fear, but of intense, focused alertness. She's watching me, tracking my movements, her mind probably calculating burn risks and carbon monoxide levels. She is never not a doctor. The light softens, settling into a warm, hypnotic dance. It transforms the room. The angry gash of crimson on the canvas by the fire is now just a deep, velvety shadow. The dust on the mantelpiece dissolves into a soft focus haze. The harsh lines of my self-imposed prison soften into the gentle contours of a sanctuary. "Do you have candles?" she asks. "Or is that too festive for the resident Grinch?" The jab is so unexpected, so direct, it almost makes me smile. Almost. I'm not the Grinch. His defining characteristic was a change of heart. I'm just a man who appreciates a low utility bill. I move to a low chest by the wall, my hands finding the familiar brass latch. I pull out 2 thick, cream-colored candles and a box of matches. My grandfather believed in being prepared. He thought civilization was a temporary, flimsy arrangement. "A man ahead of his time," she murmurs, and there's a genuine note of respect in her tone. I light the first candle, the small flame struggling and then catching, a tiny, defiant star in my hand. I find a saucer and set it on the mantel. I light the second and place it on the small table beside her armchair. The combined light of the fire and the candles is soft, intimate, and deeply unsettling. It's a level of cozy this cabin hasn't seen in years. I retreat to the hearth, putting the solid mass of the stone fireplace between us. A necessary boundary. The silence stretches again, but it's different now. It's a quiet filled with flickering shadows and the shared, strange intimacy of being trapped. I find myself speaking into the flames, the words coming easier now that I don't have to meet her direct, diagnostic gaze. He built this place with his own hands, after the war. I can feel her shift, her attention focusing on me. "Your grandfather?" "Yeah. Cut every log himself. Said it was the only way to sweat the noise out of his bones." I run a hand over the rough, cool stone of the mantel. My dad added the loft in the 70s, and I just let it fall apart. The admission is quiet, a confession to the fire. "It's not falling apart," she says, her voice softer than I've heard it before. "The foundation seems solid. The roof isn't leaking. The chimney draws. From a structural standpoint, it's perfectly sound." I finally look at her. She's wrapped in the firelight, her dark skin glowing, her expression serious. She's giving my ancestral home a physical examination. The absurdity of it is a sharp, painful pang in my chest. "So, you're a structural engineer now, too?" The words are meant to be a barb, a way to push her back, but they come out sounding almost fond. A small smile touches her lips, a brief, startlingly beautiful thing. "In the ER, you learn to make quick structural assessments of everything. Cars, buildings, people." Her smile fades, especially people. We lapse into silence again, but this time it feels companionable. A shared moment of quiet observation. She is a puzzle. A woman who runs from her loud, loving family to attend a conference on Christmas Eve. A woman who wields logic like a weapon but looks at a painting and sees the honesty in its pain. A woman who is currently shivering. It's not a dramatic, theatrical shiver. It's a small, almost imperceptible tremor that runs through her shoulders. A clinical sign. Her body's response to the deep, invasive cold of the storm. A chill that even the fire can't fully banish. And my body moves before my brain can object. Every rational thought. Don't. It's too complicated. It's not your problem, is overridden by a single primal instinct. She's cold. Make her warm. I turn to the armchair she's not using, the one Amelia always sat in, and I grab the quilt. It's heavy in my hands, a patchwork of faded blues and greens, woven by Amelia's grandmother. It smells faintly of her, of lavender and old books, and a life that is gone. My heart gives a single painful thud against my ribs. This is a betrayal. This is a sacrilege. I don't stop. I walk over to her, the quilt a heavy, complicated weight in my arms. She looks up at me, her eyes wide in the flickering light, her lips slightly parted. She's about to ask what I'm doing. She's about to protest. I don't give her the chance. I lean over and drape the heavy quilt over her shoulders, my movement suddenly clumsy, too large for the small, intimate space between us. The wool is soft, worn. I intend to just let it fall, to retreat back to the safety of the hearth. But my hand lingers for a second too long on her shoulder, trying to tuck the edge of the quilt more securely around her. And in that moment, her hand comes up to steady it. Our fingers brush. The contact is a static shock. A sudden sharp jolt of pure electricity that flashes up my arm and shorts out every circuit in my brain. Her skin is cool and smooth against the rough, calloused skin of my knuckles. The touch is fleeting, accidental, lasting no more than a second. But it sets the entire damn forest on fire. I pull my hand back like I've been burned, our eyes locking in the dim, dancing light. The air crackles. The witty banter, the clinical observations, the angry defenses, they all dissolve into nothing. All that's left is this. The storm raging outside, the fire crackling inside, and this silent, charged, impossible space between us.
Chapter 9. Lori. The jolt is so sharp, so unexpected that my fingers spasm. For a split second, I'm not in a cabin. I'm back in the ER, shocking a flatlining heart, the paddles bucking in my hands, the acrid smell of ozone in the air. Clear. He snatches his hand back as if he's been burned, retreating to the far side of the hearth. The space he leaves behind is suddenly arctic, the absence of his warmth more potent than its brief presence. I sit frozen in the armchair, the heavy quilt a brand on my shoulders. It smells of cedar and old books, and a faint floral ghost I can't identify. It's a scent of history, of a life lived within these walls. It's an intimacy I have not earned and do not want. My clinical detachment, the professional armor I have spent a decade perfecting, has been breached, not by his anger or his words, but by this. A simple, almost accidental kindness, a gesture of comfort. My mind scrambles to categorize it, to put it in a neat little box. Subject is exhibiting protective instincts due to shared isolation and perceived vulnerability. It sounds hollow, clinical. It's a lie. That wasn't a diagnosis. That was a connection, a live wire, sparking in the dark. My phone lies on the table beside me, its screen a black, dead mirror. Taylor and her ridiculous dares are 1,000,000 miles away. The conference, my parents, the entire carefully structured world I inhabit. It has all dissolved into the howling of the wind outside. There is no protocol for this. There is no textbook. There is only the storm, the fire, and the silent, brooding man on the other side of it. A man whose casual touch just lit a match in a room full of dynamite. I need to regain control of the situation, of myself. My gaze sweeps the room, looking for a distraction, an anchor in this sea of flickering, unfamiliar emotion. And my eyes land on a stack of sketchbooks and loose papers propped against the wall, away from the angry violence of the main easel. Unlike the other canvases, these are not turned away. They are facing the room, as if left out by accident. Or maybe by design. Curiosity, a professional instinct I can't suppress, pulls me to my feet. I keep the quilt wrapped around my shoulders, a shield, a borrowed comfort, and walk over to them. The firelight catches the lines on the paper. They are portraits, all of the same woman, She's laughing in one, her head thrown back, a whirlwind of dark hair captured in a few perfect charcoal strokes. In another, she's thoughtful, a pencil tucked behind her ear, her gaze distant and full of dreams. In a third, she's asleep, her face softened in repose, the curve of her cheek rendered with a tenderness that makes my throat ache. These sketches are a different language entirely from the painting on the easel. That painting is a scream. This is a song. It's light and air and movement. It's created by an artist who is not just observing his subject, but is utterly, devastatingly in love with her. You're a completely different person in charcoal, I say, my voice dropping to a low murmur. I'm not looking at him, but I feel his gaze on my back, a heavy, watchful presence. People are complicated. His voice is rough, a defensive wall going up. This isn't complicated. I reach out, my finger hovering over the laughing portrait, careful not to touch the fragile paper. This is clear. That thing on the easel, I gesture with my head, is a wound. It's visceral and angry, and it wants to hurt the person looking at it. I trail off, searching for the right word. These want to make the viewer fall in love too. I'm diagnosing his art, laying it out on a table, and examining the pieces. It's a risk. He could shut down completely, retreat back into his fortress of silence. But I have to know. I have to understand the man who can contain both this much love and this much pain. I hear him move, the soft scuff of his boots on the wooden floor. He comes to stand beside me, not too close, but close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his body. We stand together in silence for a long moment, two strangers looking at the ghost of a woman neither of us knows. She had this laugh, he says, his voice so quiet it's almost carried away by the crackle and snap of the fire. It wasn't pretty. It was this loud, ridiculous honk. She hated it. I loved it. He's not talking to me. He's talking to the sketch. He's looking at a memory, and I am just an accidental witness. You captured her well, I offer, the words feeling small and inadequate. I was just painting what I saw. He runs a hand over his jaw, the sound of the scruff on his face a rough, scratching noise. Back then, that's all I saw. The contrast is a chasm. The man who painted this joyful, vibrant woman and the man who painted that vortex of despair are two different people, and I'm trapped in a cabin with both of them. What happened to him? I ask, my voice barely a whisper. The artist who made these? The question is a direct hit. He turns his head and looks at me in the flickering firelight, and his eyes are ancient. They are filled with a sorrow so deep, it feels like a geological feature, carved out over centuries. He died, he says. The words simple, brutal. He's buried under 3 years of scar tissue. The honesty of his answer knocks the wind out of me. He's not being dramatic. He's delivering a diagnosis, his own. My gaze drifts back to the sketches, to the woman with the laughing eyes and the dreamy smile. I feel a sudden, inexplicable pang of jealousy for her, for the life and the love captured in these simple, perfect lines. My life is a series of clean, straight lines, schedules, protocols, predictable outcomes. This is art. This is chaos. This is the kind of beautiful, messy life my parents have always celebrated, the very thing I've spent my entire adult life running from. I have to know her name. It feels important. A necessary piece of the puzzle. I look back at him, at the raw, unguarded pain on his face. My question is soft, a quiet intrusion into the sacred space he has unknowingly shared with me. Who was she? He looks from the sketch of the sleeping woman, his expression softening with a tenderness that is almost unbearable to watch. And then he looks at me. He holds my gaze, and he doesn't look away. He is letting me see it all, the love, the loss, the wreckage. His voice is rough with an emotion I can't name, thick with the ghosts of 1,000 unspoken memories. "That was Amelia," he says. "My wife."
Chapter 10. Kenneth. The words are out. 2 simple words, and the entire cabin tilts on its axis. I haven't said them aloud to a stranger in 3 years. I've thought them, screamed them into the silence, painted their brutal shape onto canvas, but I haven't given them voice. Now they hang between us, heavy and immutable as the stone of the fireplace. I expect her to react, to offer the head tilt of sympathy, the soft, useless murmur of, "I'm so sorry." It's the standard, socially acceptable response to a fresh wound. It's a verbal pat on the head, meant to soothe the speaker more than the bereaved. It's a response I've come to despise. But Lori does nothing. She doesn't move. She doesn't speak. She just stands there, wrapped in Amelia's quilt, and watches me, her intelligent brown eyes holding mine. She is not offering pity. She's offering something far more dangerous. A blank space. An invitation. She is a doctor, waiting for the patient to describe the pain. And God, the pain. My gaze breaks from hers, retreating to the safety of the sketches, to Amelia's laughing face. The silence stretches, and I know I can either retreat back into my fortress, or I can take one more step out into this terrifying no-man's land she has created. She used to hum when she was reading, I hear myself say, the words a low, rusty rasp. Not a real tune, just this tuneless, happy little noise. Drove me crazy. I couldn't paint when she was doing it. I run a hand over my jaw, the rasp of my beard a familiar grounding friction. I'd give anything to hear it now. Why am I telling her this? This woman who is the living embodiment of a mistake, a momentary lapse in my grief. What is it about her? Is it the clinical detachment? The fact that she looks at the ugliest parts of me and doesn't flinch? She called my pain honest, and that honesty demands more of the same. She was an artist too, I continue, my voice gaining a bit of strength. Better than me in a lot of ways. More joyful. She'd steal my best brushes, the expensive sable hair ones, and use them for these ridiculous, vibrant abstracts full of color. I'd get pissed, and she'd just laugh that ridiculous honking laugh. A real, actual memory. A good one. It's a shard of glass in my chest. She saw the world in a way I never could. All light and potential. I just saw the shadows. You saw her, though, Lori says, her voice a quiet murmur from across the space. It's not a question. It's an observation. A diagnosis. Yeah, I breathe. I saw her. And that's the crux of it, isn't it? The reason I am a ghost in a cabin full of them. I saw her, and I let the shadows win. I turned my back on the sketches, on the ghost of her joy, and faced the fire. I need its heat. I need something to burn away the chill that has taken up permanent residence in my bones. We met in art school. She was the prodigy. I was the angry kid with a chip on his shoulder. It was a cliché, but it was our cliché. The words keep coming, a river of unshed grief breaking through a dam I thought was impenetrable. Everything I did, every painting, every show, it was for her, to impress her, to prove I was worthy of the light she saw in me. I pick up the iron poker, needing something solid to hold on to. I jab at the logs, sending a shower of furious, beautiful sparks up the chimney. And it worked. I got the big gallery, the glowing reviews, the fancy New York shows. Everyone wanted a piece of Kenneth Corbin, the next big thing. The name tastes like ash in my mouth. We were on top of the world, or at least I was. She was holding my ladder. The fire hisses and pops, the only sound in the room. I can feel her listening, her stillness a gravitational pull. I finally get to the part of the story that matters. The part that I paint over and over again in that vortex of black and crimson. I had an opening, My first solo show in the city. The big one. The one that was supposed to make us. My grip on the poker tightens, my knuckles straining. There was a storm that night, too. Not like this one. Just ice. The roads were a mess. I told her to stay here, to wait for me. But she wouldn't. She said she had to be there. She was always there. I stop. The memory is a physical thing. The frantic, static-filled phone call from a state trooper. The drive to a hospital that wasn't a place of healing, but a sterile, white purgatory. The words the doctor, a man with eyes as detached and professional as Laurie's, used. Massive trauma. Unsurvivable. The police report said she hit a patch of black ice. I say the words to the fire, to the stones my grandfather laid. She was on her way to my show, my opening, my monument to my own damn ambition. The poker slips from my suddenly numb fingers and clatters against the hearthstone, the sound a gunshot in the quiet room. She died because I needed to be the next big thing. The guilt is not a feeling. It's a physical presence. It's a shroud, heavy and suffocating, that I've been wearing for 3 years. It's the paint under my fingernails, the whiskey in my glass, the silence in this cabin. I've said it all. The wound is open, exposed to the air. I finally turn to face her, bracing myself for the inevitable. The pity. The meaningless, soothing words that are meant to stitch it all up, to make it neat and manageable. But Laurie isn't looking at me with pity. She hasn't moved. She's still standing by the sketches, wrapped in the quilt, her expression one of profound, unwavering stillness. The firelight catches in her eyes, and they are warm, deep, and filled with a compassion so absolute it terrifies me. It's not pity. It's not sympathy. It's recognition. She is a doctor who has seen 1,000 wounds, and she is not afraid of the blood. She doesn't offer a single platitude. She doesn't tell me it wasn't my fault. She doesn't say anything I've heard 100 times before. She just looks me in the eye, and her voice is so clear, so steady, it cuts through every defense I have ever built. You loved her, she says. That's not a symptom of anything. It's just love. The words are not a balm. They are a key that unlocks a door inside me that has been rusted shut for 1,000 days. And behind that door is a tidal wave of unshed grief. My throat tightens, a brutal, visceral clenching. A sob, hot and ragged, claws its way up from my chest, a desperate, feral thing I have kept caged for 3 years. I fight it, my jaw locking, my hands clenching into fists. I will not break. Not in front of her, not in front of anyone. But it's there, a physical presence, a scream threatening to tear me apart from the inside out.
Chapter 11. Laurie. The man in front of me is coming apart. It's not a loud or dramatic disintegration. It's a silent internal collapse. I am a trained medical professional. I have seen bodies break in 100 different ways. I know the signs of shock, of cardiac arrest, of a brain bleed. What I'm witnessing now is a soul in extremis, and there is no protocol for that. There is no crash cart for a shattered heart. He stands by the fire, his back ramrod straight, but I see the fine tremor in his shoulders. I see the muscles in his jaw working furiously. A desperate battle against the sob I know is lodged in his throat like a shard of glass. His hands are clenched into white-knuckled fists at his sides, anchors in a storm that is entirely internal. He's a fortress, and the walls are about to give way. My brain, my traitorous clinical brain, kicks into high gear. It's an instinct I can't turn off. Assess the patient. Subject, male, late 30s. Diagnosis, acute, complex grief reaction compounded by prolonged isolation. Symptoms, severe psychological distress, suppressed emotional release, potential for self-destructive behavior. My mind scrolls through a list of possible interventions. Therapeutic communication, offer validating statements, physical comfort, a hand on the shoulder, pharmacological options. If we were in a hospital, I'd consider a mild sedative to manage the acute anxiety. The absurdity of the thought is a cold slap of reality. I am not in a hospital. I have no sedatives. And a validating statement feels like offering a Band-Aid for a gaping chest wound. What could I possibly say? It sounds like that was a very difficult experience for you. The words would be a professional lie, a cowardly retreat into the safety of my training. He just confessed to a guilt that has hollowed him out, a pain that has defined his entire existence for 3 years. And my first instinct is to chart it, to diagnose it, to put a label on his agony so I can file it away in a neat, orderly box. Because if I can make it about his pathology, I don't have to deal with my reaction. And my reaction is a chaotic, unprofessional, terrifying mess. My own heart is hammering against my ribs, not with clinical adrenaline, but with a raw, aching empathy that feels like a foreign body in my bloodstream. This is the emotional chaos I have spent my entire life avoiding. The messy, unpredictable, unquantifiable stuff of my parents' world. The stuff that can't be fixed with a suture or a prescription. One part of me, the doctor, the pragmatist, is screaming at me, retreat, maintain professional distance. He is not your patient. His pain is not your problem to solve. You are stranded here, that's all. Do not get involved. This is a hazardous emotional environment, and you are not wearing the proper protective equipment. It's sound logic. It's the creed I live by. But then I look at him. I really look at him. Not as a subject, not as the ghost of a one-night stand, but as a man who just ripped his own chest open and showed me the scar tissue around his heart. He didn't do it for pity. He did it because I called his pain honest. And he met that honesty with his own. It was a challenge, a gauntlet thrown down in the flickering firelight. And if I retreat now, if I offer him a hollow platitude or a clinical observation, I am a coward. The internal battle is a silent, violent war. My mind, the seat of my control, is telling me to run. But my heart, the stupid, bloody, sentimental organ I spend my days mending, is telling me to stay, to witness, to offer something other than a diagnosis. And that's when I remember it. A flash of blue light in the darkness. A text message from another lifetime. Taylor's last dare, the one that came through just before the generator died. I never even read it properly. But I remember the first part. Just kiss him. The thought is a lightning strike. It's the most illogical, irrational, and wildly inappropriate idea in the history of medicine and human interaction. To kiss a man in the throes of a devastating emotional breakthrough? It's a violation. It's taking advantage. It's a catastrophic breach of every boundary I have ever erected. It's malpractice of the soul. And yet, the thought doesn't leave. It lodges in my brain. A stubborn, impossible third option. Option A is the clinical retreat, the safe and cowardly path. Option B is the messy emotional entanglement, wading into his grief with words that are doomed to fail. Then there is option C, the kiss. It's not a solution. It's not a cure. It has no therapeutic value whatsoever. It is an act of pure, unadulterated feeling. It is the antithesis of everything I am. It's an action that bypasses the brain entirely and speaks directly to the nerves, to the skin, to the heart. It's the one response that cannot be charted, cannot be diagnosed. His pain is honest. My clinical detachment is a lie. What if the only way to meet his honesty is with a moment of my own? A single, reckless act of emotional truth. I'm still standing by the sketches, the heavy quilt still around my shoulders. He's still by the fire, a statue carved out of grief. The space between us is a chasm, filled with ghosts and unspoken words. My body moves before my mind can file a formal protest. I take one step. The floorboard groans under my weight. a soft, mournful sound. His head, which has been bowed, snaps up. He sees me moving toward him. His eyes are wide, questioning. I take another step. I am closing the distance. I am walking away from the safety of my shoreline and into the deep, turbulent water of his grief. I don't have a clue how to swim in these depths. I will probably drown, but I am still walking. The firelight is hot on my face. I can see the intricate, beautiful lines of his wife's laughing face in the sketch over my shoulder, and I can see the raw, devastating pain in his eyes. The two things are inextricably linked, the joy and the pain, the light and the shadow. You cannot have one without the other. My parents, in their chaotic, paint-splattered way, have been trying to teach me that my whole life. Maybe I'm finally ready to learn. I stop when I am standing directly in front of him, close enough to feel the heat of his body, close enough to see the silver tracks of the tears he refuses to let fall. He looks broken. He looks lost. And he looks, for a fleeting second, like the man in the hotel bar, the one whose loneliness called to my own. He doesn't speak. He just watches me, his breath held, waiting for my verdict, my diagnosis. But I am not a doctor anymore. He looks up at me, green eyes shimmering with unshed tears in the firelight, and in that moment, I realize I'm going to do it. Not for Taylor, not for Adair, not even for him. I am going to do it for me. I am going to do it because for the very first time in my entire, controlled, predictable life, I want to feel something that can't be measured. I lean in. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 12. Kenneth. Time fractures. The world, which had already shrunk to the confines of this fire-lit cabin, narrows further to the inches between her face and mine. The howling of the wind, the crackle of the fire, it all fades into a low, distant hum. The only thing I can hear is the frantic, panicked drumming of my own heart, a traitorous rhythm against the cage of my ribs. Every nerve ending I possess screams a single primal command: retreat. My muscles tense, my body preparing to take a step back, to re-establish the chasm between us, to retreat into the cold, familiar safety of my fortress. This is a breach. This is a violation of the sacred, miserable space I have curated for myself. Grief is my religion, and this woman, this anomaly, is a heretic at the altar. The ghost of Amelia whispers in my ear, her voice a chorus of my own self-loathing. Who is this? Who is she to stand in my place, to breathe my air, to look at you with eyes that are not mine? This feels like a betrayal, a desecration. To allow another person's touch, another person's comfort, is to admit that the life I shared with Amelia wasn't enough to sustain me. It is to admit that I am still alive, And I have spent 3 years believing I shouldn't be. I should move. I should put a hand up, a firm, dismissive barrier. I should turn away, present her with the cold, unbreachable wall of my back. I should say her name, Lori, and the sound of it, the intimacy of it, would be a weapon to drive her away. But I don't move. My feet are lead. My body is a statue. And the reason, the shameful, pathetic, honest reason, is that I am so tired. I'm so tired of the silence, tired of the ghosts, of the whiskey that doesn't burn anymore, and the paintings that only scream in one monotonous note of pain. I'm tired of being the keeper of a tomb. For 1,095 days, I've been utterly, completely alone. And in this moment, with her moving closer, her own impossible bravery on display, the thought of one more second of that crushing, absolute loneliness is more terrifying than the betrayal. Her eyes hold mine. They are not filled with lust, not like that night in the hotel. They are not filled with pity, not like the eyes of everyone else in my old life. They are filled with a quiet, unnerving understanding. She is not trying to fix me. She is not trying to save me. She is simply meeting me, here, in the wreckage. So I stay. I brace myself for the impact. Her hand comes up, not to touch my face, but to gently grip the worn lapel of my flannel shirt, a small, anchoring gesture. The quilt, Amelia's quilt, is still draped over her shoulders, and the scent of it, cedar and lavender and history, mingles with the clean, cold scent of the storm that still clings to her skin. The combination is a dizzying, sacrilegious perfume. And then her lips touch mine. The contact is impossibly soft. It's hesitant. It is the furthest thing from the frantic, desperate collision in that hotel room. This is not a kiss of passion. It is not a kiss of desire. It is a question. It asks for nothing. It demands nothing. It is a quiet, gentle pressure, a silent offering. It tastes of dark chocolate and an honesty so profound it makes my heart ache. It's a touch that says, I see you. I see the pain. And I'm still here. My own lips are clumsy, unpracticed, the lips of a man who has forgotten how to do anything but grimace. But she doesn't push. She just waits, letting me process the foreign, terrifying sensation of another person's warmth. And in that quiet, gentle space, something inside me that has been clenched into a fist for 3 years begins, ever so slightly, to unclench. The sob that was clawing at my throat recedes. The frantic drumming in my chest slows to a steady, heavy beat. This is not a betrayal. This is comfort. It's a profound, aching comfort that I didn't know I was starving for. It's the feeling of a pressure bandage being applied to a wound that has been bleeding for years. It is a quiet, desperate collision of two lonely souls, a silent acknowledgement that we are both runaways, both hiding from the world in our own way. My hand, which has been clenched at my side, comes up of its own accord. I don't touch her skin. I can't. Instead, my fingers find the thick, worn fabric of the quilt at her shoulder, gripping it like a lifeline. I am not touching her. I am touching a memory. But she is the one inside it. The kiss lingers. It is a breath, a moment suspended in the firelight. It is the most profoundly intimate thing I have ever experienced, and it is happening with a woman whose last name I do not know. And then it changes. It's not a conscious decision made by either of us. It's a chemical reaction, a shift in the atmospheric pressure. The quiet comfort, the gentle questioning, deepens into something else. The relief of not being alone is a powerful, addictive drug, and I am an addict who has been clean for 3 years. I need more. A sound escapes my throat, a low, ragged groan of pure, unadulterated need. It's the sound of a starving man being given a crust of bread, the sound of a dying man being given a drop of water. Her response is instantaneous. The gentle pressure of her lips becomes firmer, more confident. The quiet question becomes a statement. Her hand slides from the lapel of my shirt, her cool fingers finding the rough scruff on my jaw, a touch that is both an anchor and an accelerant. My own hand, the one gripping the quilt, slides inward, my thumb brushing the warm, smooth skin of her neck. The contact is a brand, a point of no return. The kiss deepens. It's no longer soft. It's searching. The comfort transmutes, molecule by molecule, into a desperate, white-hot hunger. The grief is still there. The loneliness is still there. But they are no longer the cold, dead weight of an anchor. They are the fuel. They are the kindling that this spark, this impossible, unexpected spark, has just set ablaze. This is not comfort anymore. This is a frantic, desperate attempt to feel something other than pain. This is a collision, a different kind of collision, not of two lonely souls, but of two desperate, living bodies. The need to feel, to be touched, to be alive, overrides everything else. It is a raw, undeniable, and utterly terrifying desire.
Chapter 13. Lori. The kiss changes. It's a subtle tectonic shift, a hairline fracture that splinters into a seismic event. The initial gentle pressure was a question, a moment of profound aching comfort. It was me, the doctor, applying a pressure bandage to a wound. It was a clinical, if unorthodox, intervention. But the low, ragged groan that escapes his throat is not the sound of a patient. It's the sound of a man, a starving man. And my body, my traitorous, undisciplined body, responds not with clinical detachment, but with a hunger of its own. My lips part. His mouth meets mine with a new, searching intensity, and my carefully constructed world evaporates in a cloud of steam. Logic, reason, protocol. They are all consumed by the fire he has just ignited. Dr. Dixon, the woman with a 10-year plan and a color-coded schedule, has officially left the building. The woman left in her place is a stranger to me, a reckless, feeling creature who is currently threading her hands into a practical stranger's hair. It's softer than it looks, thick and wild. My fingers map the shape of his skull, the hard, stubborn bone beneath. This is data my brain supplies, a last pathetic gasp of professionalism. You are conducting a physical examination, but it's a lie. This is not an examination. This is a surrender. His hand, the one that had been gripping the quilt at my shoulder, slides down my back. His large calloused palm settles on the small of my back, a firm grounding pressure that pulls me flush against him. There is no space left between us. I am flush against the solid, unyielding wall of his chest, and I can feel the frantic, heavy thud of his heart against my own. It is a wild, syncopated rhythm, a duet of two hearts beating completely out of time. This is a point of no return. A memory, sharp and unwelcome, flashes in my mind. The St. Regis. A year ago. That encounter was a procedure, efficient, anonymous, and cold, even in its heat. It was two bodies, using each other as a temporary anesthetic. We were both running from something, and we collided in the dark, exchanged no names, and retreated back to our respective fortresses at first light. This is the opposite. This is devastatingly personal. He is not a nameless stranger. He is a man who tastes of dark chocolate and whiskey, and a sorrow so profound it feels like I'm breathing it in. His grief is a tangible thing, a third presence in the space between us, and instead of pushing me away, it's pulling me closer. The heavy quilt, the one that smells of cedar and ghosts, slides from my shoulders. It pools at our feet in the firelight, a shed skin, a surrendered flag. Without its weight, I am exposed. There is nothing between us now but my thin sweater, his worn flannel, and a year of unspoken history. His other hand comes up, his fingers threading through the curls at the nape of my neck, tilting my head back. The kiss deepens, becoming a raw, open-mouthed exploration. It's not gentle. It's not kind. It's a desperate, frantic search for something, for a feeling other than pain, other than loneliness. His beard is a rough, abrasive texture against the soft skin of my chin, my cheeks. The sensation is exquisite. It is a friction that reminds me that I am here, that I am real, that I am not just a brain in a white coat. This is a catastrophic error in judgment. My inner Dr. Dixon screams from the cheap seats. Subject is emotionally compromised. You are an unknown variable in an unstable experiment. Abort? Abort. But I can't. I don't want to. For my entire adult life, I have been the one in control. In the chaos of the ER, I am the calm center. I make the calls. I give the orders. I stitch people up and send them on their way. I fix things. But this man, this beautiful, broken man, is not a problem I can fix. And the relief of that, the terrifying, liberating relief of it, is overwhelming. For the first time, I am not the doctor. I am just a woman who is kissing a man in a cabin in the middle of a blizzard. And it's not because of a dare. My phone, with Taylor's ridiculous, life-altering suggestions, is a forgotten relic from another world. This has absolutely nothing to do with her. This is my choice. My first, truly illogical, reckless choice in a decade. And it feels like breathing after being held underwater for a lifetime. My hands tighten in his hair, pulling him closer, a silent demand for more. More of this feeling, this loss of control, this raw, unfiltered life. He groans again, a sound of pure visceral need, and his arm tightens around my waist, lifting me onto my toes, pressing me so hard against him that I can feel the buckle of his belt against my stomach. The world is a dizzying, chaotic blur of heat and shadow and the roar of the storm. The kiss is no longer a kiss. It is a conversation, a frantic, desperate dialogue where every touch, every taste, every breath is a confession. I am lonely. I am in pain. I am so tired of being strong. It's too much. It's not enough. The intensity builds, a crescendo of sensation and emotion that is completely unsustainable. We are going to burn up. We are going to crash. He's the one who pulls back. He breaks the kiss with a ragged gasp, his chest heaving. He doesn't let me go. His hands are still tangled in my hair, his arm still a steel band around my waist. He just rests his forehead against mine, his eyes closed. We are both breathing like we've just run a marathon. The silence that rushes in is deafening. The only sounds are the fire, the wind, and our two ragged, desperate breaths. What have I done? What have we done? He pulls his head back enough to look at me. His green eyes in the flickering firelight are blown wide, dark with a combination of emotions I can't even begin to diagnose. There is shock. There is hunger. And there is a raw, terrifying vulnerability. His lips are parted, slick from our kiss. He studies me, and his voice is a rough, broken whisper. It's a sound that is both a question and a plea. Lori. The sound of my own name, spoken in his gravelly, wrecked voice, is the most shocking thing that has happened all night. The question of how flashes through my mind, a brief, irrelevant spark of logic in the inferno of the moment. But it's immediately extinguished by the raw, desperate need in his eyes. He is not just saying my name. He is asking a question. What is this? Where are we going? My own name is the only thing he has, the only anchor in this storm we've created. And my answer cannot be a word. Words are my shield, my scalpel, my tool of control. And all my shields are down. I don't ask how he knows my name. The how doesn't matter. The why he said it, the plea, the question, the anchor, is everything. My answer is an action. My hand, which has been tangled in his hair, slides down his chest over the frantic beat of his heart. I find his hand, the one that isn't holding me, and my fingers thread through his. His skin is rough, calloused, but his hand closes around mine with a desperate strength. I don't speak. I just tug him, a gentle, insistent pull, leading him away from the ghosts by the wall, away from the pain on the easel, and toward the warm, inviting glow of the fire. It is an answer. It is a choice. It is a surrender.
Chapter 14. Kenneth. Her hand closes around mine, her fingers threading through the spaces between mine, a perfect, impossible fit. The contact is an anchor, and when she tugs, I am a ship that has been lost at sea for 3 years, finally being guided back to shore. I follow. I have no other choice. She leads me the few steps to the hearth, to the worn bearskin rug that has lain before this fireplace for half a century. The quilt, a patchwork of my wife's history, is a soft, crumpled mountain on the floor where it fell from Laurie's shoulders, a sacred, abandoned thing. She stops in the exact center of the rug, turning to face me. The fire is at her back, and it bathes her in a halo of golden, dancing light. She is a silhouette of impossible beauty, her dark skin glowing, her curls a wild crown of fire and shadow. In this light, she is not a doctor, not an anomaly. She is a goddess of warmth and life, standing in the heart of my tomb. Her hand releases mine, only to come up and frame my face. Her touch is impossibly gentle, a sharp contrast to the storm that just raged between us. Her thumb strokes the rough scruff of my jaw, a slow, deliberate motion that sends a tremor through my entire body. Are you sure about this, Kenneth? The question is my out. It is the moment where I can put on the brakes, where I can retreat back into the safety of my grief, where I can tell her this is a mistake. It is the logical, rational, sane thing to do. But I have been sane for 3 years, and it has been a living hell. My answer is not a word. My answer is to lean down and kiss her again.
I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going. I managed to pull myself up, to roll onto my side, and I pull her with me, tucking her against my chest. Her back is pressed against my front, her head nestled perfectly under my chin. I pull the heavy quilt over us, a cocoon against the cold and the ghosts. Her breathing is a slow, steady rhythm against my arm, a living metronome in the silence. I am not alone. The thought is so foreign, so monumental, it almost stops my heart. I'm not alone in this cabin. I'm holding a living, breathing woman in my arms. A woman named Laurie. I should be terrified. I should be consumed by guilt. I should be pushing her away, retreating back to the safety of my misery. But I'm not. I'm just quiet. My mind, which has been a relentless storm of grief and rage for so long, is finally still. The ghosts are silent, banished to the corners of the room by the undeniable, irrefutable presence of her. I watch the fire die down, the orange embers fading to a soft, pulsing red. I watch the shadows grow longer, until the entire cabin is swallowed by a soft, comfortable darkness. Laurie's breathing deepens into the slow, even rhythm of sleep, and I just lie there, holding her, a sentinel in the dark. I close my eyes, and at last, I'm not afraid of the morning. But that's a problem for the man I'll have to be when the sun comes up. Tonight, in this fragile, impossible peace, I'm just a man holding a woman, and it is enough. Chapter 15. Kenneth. A sound pulls me from the dark. It's a low, mechanical growl, a distant, rhythmic scraping that does not belong in the sanctuary of the storm. For a moment, I'm not awake. I'm suspended in the warm, quiet space between a dream and a memory, the heavy weight of Laurie's sleeping body a solid, reassuring anchor against my chest. Her breath is a soft, steady puff against my neck. My arm is asleep under her, a pins and needles numbness I don't want to disturb. Last night was a fragile peace, a temporary ceasefire in a war I thought would last forever. The sound grows louder, closer. The scraping is the unmistakable sound of a steel blade on pavement. A plow. And just like that, the ceasefire is over. My eyes snap open. The world is no longer the soft, forgiving dark of the cabin. It's a cold, unforgiving gray. Morning. The storm has broken, and the harsh, clinical light of a winter dawn is filtering through the grimy windows, illuminating every sin, every speck of dust, every empty bottle. The peace of the night evaporates like a fever dream, and in its place a cold, sickening dread begins to pool in my stomach. What have I done? I look down at Laurie. In sleep, she is impossibly beautiful, her face soft and unguarded. One of her hands is resting on my chest, her dark, elegant fingers curled against my skin. Her curls are a wild, glorious mess against the faded patchwork of Amelia's quilt. Amelia's quilt. The thought is a knife in my gut. We are lying on her quilt. On the floor of the home we were supposed to grow old in. The intimacy that felt so vital, so necessary in the dark, now feels grotesque in the light of day. It's a desecration. A betrayal so profound my entire body goes cold with shame. I used a stranger's warmth to keep the ghosts at bay for a few hours. And now the sun is up, and the ghosts are back, and they are furious. My gaze sweeps the cabin, and I see it not through my own eyes, but through hers. I see the mess. The dusty surfaces, the stacks of angry, unfinished canvases, the dirty plate in the kitchen, the empty whiskey bottle by the hearth. It's not a sanctuary. It's a hovel, the carefully curated ruin of a man who has given up. And she is Dr. Laurie Dixon, the woman who speaks in diagnoses and moves with a quiet, unnerving competence. She is a creature of order and logic. She is going to wake up in this chaos, her sharp, intelligent eyes taking in every detail of my failure, and she's going to assess me. She's going to diagnose me. Subject exhibits classic symptoms of prolonged, unresolved grief, poor hygiene, self-isolation, alcohol abuse, a pathetic cliché. The shame is a physical thing, a hot, acrid bile that rises in my throat. I have to get out. I have to put distance between us before she wakes up and sees me, truly sees me, in this unforgiving light. I try to extract myself from her, but my movements are clumsy, desperate. The arm she's lying on is completely dead, a useless appendage of tingling pins and needles. My shifting wakes her. Her eyes flutter open, her long lashes dark against her skin. She gazes at me, and for a moment her expression is soft, hazy with sleep. A small, slow smile touches her lips. It's a smile of pure, unguarded contentment. It's a smile that belongs to the woman from last night, one who met my pain with a staggering, reckless honesty. It guts me. Before either of us can speak, a loud, cheerful banging rattles the cabin door, a brutal intrusion into the fragile morning quiet. "Hey, Kenny! You in there? Got your driveway cleared. You owe me a coffee." The voice is a booming, folksy sound that makes the very air in the cabin vibrate. Hank. Of course it's Hank, the one person in the world who refuses to respect the sanctity of my exile. Laurie is fully awake now, her smile vanishing as she sits up, clutching the quilt to her chest. Her eyes are wide with alarm, the soft, sleepy woman replaced in an instant by the alert, assessing doctor. "Who is that?" she whispers, her voice a low, urgent hum. "The outside world," I grit out, the words tasting like poison. I force myself to my feet, my body aching, my mind screaming. I have to get him to leave, before he sees her, before he says something. I grab my jeans from the floor, pulling them on with jerky, frantic movements. The banging comes again, louder this time. "Kenny! It's Christmas Day! Don't make me come in there and drag you out of bed myself!" I stalk to the door, my bare feet cold on the dusty floorboards. My hand is on the bolt when I hear her behind me. "Wait," she says, her voice still a whisper. "What should I do?" I shift to look at her. She's on her knees in the middle of the quilt, her beautiful face a mask of confusion and anxiety. She looks small and out of place in the wreckage of my life. And a new, more terrible wave of shame washes over me. I did this. I brought her into this. "Just stay there," I mutter, and then I wrench the door open. The cold, clean air is a shock. The world outside is a pristine, blinding white, the sky a pale, cloudless blue. And standing on my porch, a thermos in his hand, is Hank, his face ruddy with cold, a ridiculously cheerful Santa hat perched on his head. "Merry Christmas, son," he booms, his smile as wide as the newly plowed driveway. "That was a nasty one. Haven't seen a storm like that since '98. You're lucky I could even get up here. The road's still a mess. Figured you'd be running low on..." His voice trails off as his gaze slides past me, into the cabin. His eyes land on Lori, who is still kneeling on the floor, a dark, beautiful woman wrapped in a faded quilt, her expression a mixture of apprehension and defiance. Hank's eyebrows shoot up into the furry white brim of his hat. A slow, knowing grin spreads across his face. "Well, hello there," he says, his voice becoming a conspiratorial rumble. "Didn't realize you had company. My apologies. Seems like Santa came a little early for you this year, Kenny." I want the ground to open up and swallow me whole. I want to slam the door, to block out his cheerful, intrusive presence, to rewind the last 12 hours. But it's too late. Hank takes a step closer, his eyes squinting at me, a flicker of recognition dawning. He's not just seeing Kenny, the grumpy local hermit, anymore. He's seeing someone else. "Wait a minute," he says, his grin fading, his eyes widening. He points a thick, gloved finger at me. "I know you. Kenneth Corbin. By God, it is you." He turns his gaze back to Lori as if to share the incredible discovery. "This here's a famous artist. I own one of your early prints, the one with the lighthouse in Maine. Cost me a fortune, but worth every penny." He turns back to me, his expression shifting from awe to the one I despise most in the world, pity, the head tilt, the sad, knowing smile. "It's a real shame what happened, son," he says, voice now a soft, sympathetic murmur. "A real tragedy." The words hang in the air, heavy and poisonous. Kenneth Corbin, famous artist, tragedy. My own name is a death sentence. I feel it before I see it. A subtle shift in the atmosphere behind me. A change in the quality of the silence. I whip my head around, my heart a cold, dead stone in my chest. I look at Lori. Her face is pale. The soft, confused woman from moments ago is gone, replaced by a statue. Her eyes are wide, the pupils blown. But it's not just the shock of a stranger's intrusion. It's recognition. I see it plain as day. The gears are turning in her sharp, analytical mind, the pieces clicking into place with a horrifying, audible snap. Kenneth Corbin, the artist who disappeared, the one whose wife died. She's not looking at me, the man she spent the night with, the man whose pain she called honest. She's looking at a headline, a story, a public tragedy. It's the look, the one I've run from for 3 years, the look that turns me from a man into a myth, a cautionary tale. And in that instant, every ounce of warmth, every fragile connection, every reckless, beautiful feeling from the night before turns to ash. The walls that crumbled in the firelight slam back into place, not just rebuilt, but fortified with a new, colder layer of concrete and steel, each brick mortared with shame and fury. The ceasefire is over. The war is back on. And I've just been handed a devastating defeat.
Chapter 16. Lori. Kenneth Corbin. The name isn't a name, it's a headline. It's the title of a documentary my mother made me watch years ago, one of her cultural education evenings. It's a story my father told over dinner, a cautionary tale about a brilliant young painter who flew too close to the sun and then simply vanished. A modern-day Icarus with a paintbrush. The name connects in my brain with a series of electric, painful shocks, firing off a cascade of information I didn't even know I had stored. Kenneth Corbin, the prodigy from the Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts. Kenneth Corbin, the artist whose vibrant, emotional landscapes took the New York art world by storm. My mind, a machine built for data analysis, synthesizes the information with brutal efficiency. And in the space of a single, horrified heartbeat, the man I am kneeling in front of, the man whose skin is still warm on my skin, the man whose grief felt so raw and personal and real, is gone. He is replaced by a narrative, a story, a tragedy. My gaze snaps to him. He is still standing in the doorway, a dark, broad silhouette against the blinding white snow. But he is no longer Kenneth, the man with the sad green eyes and the ghost of a wife named Amelia. He is Kenneth Corbin, the subject of public speculation and sorrowful, pitying articles. And I, Dr. Lori Dixon, have just spent the night with a ghost story. Hank is still beaming on the porch, blissfully unaware of the grenade he has just rolled into the center of the room. A real tragedy, he repeats, his voice thick with the maudlin sympathy of a stranger. Kenneth doesn't look at him. His eyes are locked on me, and what I see there makes my blood run cold. It's the look of a wild animal that has just realized the person feeding it is actually the hunter. The warmth, the vulnerability, the raw, aching need from last night, it's all gone, wiped clean. In its place is a flat, cold, dead thing. The walls are not just back up, they are 10 feet thick, topped with razor wire and broken glass. "Thanks for clearing the drive, Hank," Kenneth says, and his voice is a stranger's. It's a low, dismissive rumble, devoid of any emotion. "Send me the bill." It's a clear, brutal dismissal. Hank, to his credit, seems to finally sense the sudden glacial drop in temperature. His cheerful grin falters. "Oh, sure thing, Kenny. You have a Merry Christmas, you hear?" "Right," Kenneth says, and he closes the door in Hank's face, the solid thud echoing the sound of a cell door slamming shut. The cabin is silent. It's a different silence than before. Last night's silence was heavy with unspoken things, with tension and grief. This silence is empty, a vacuum, the absence of everything. He doesn't move from the door, he just stands there, his back to me, a mountain of rejection. The light from the window illuminates the rigid set of his shoulders, the cords of muscle standing out in his neck. He is a fortress, and I am on the outside. My own survival instincts, the ones I use to get through a 36-hour shift, kick in. My heart, which was a soft, bruised, and stupidly hopeful thing moments ago, begins to encase itself in ice. Triage the situation, doctor. The patient is this fragile, impossible connection. The diagnosis is a catastrophic, multi-system failure. Time of death? Approximately 2 minutes ago. I need to get out of here. I untangle myself from the quilt, his wife's quilt, and the shame is a hot, slick thing on my skin. I find my clothes, scattered in the dim light like evidence of a crime. My hands are steady as I pull on my jeans, my sweater. The movements are precise, economical. Dr. Dixon is back in the building. She is in control. She is putting on her armor, piece by piece. He still hasn't turned around. He hasn't spoken. The silence is his weapon, and it is brutally effective. It is designed to make me feel small, insignificant, a temporary symptom that has now been cured. So that's your name then, I say, and I am proud of how steady my voice is. Cool, clinical, as if I'm confirming a patient's date of birth. Kenneth Corbin. He finally turns. Slowly, and the man looking at me is the one who opened the door yesterday. The cold, angry, hostile stranger. The man from last night who kissed me with a desperate, soul-shattering honesty is gone. He has been completely erased. The storm's over, he says, his voice flat, devoid of inflection. He gestures with his head toward the window, toward the bright, clean, unforgiving world outside. It takes me a second to process the words. It's not just a statement about the weather. It's a diagnosis. It's a dismissal of everything that happened between us. Our connection was a symptom of proximity, a temporary fever induced by the storm. The storm has passed. You are cured. Now get out. The hurt is a sharp, swift surgical incision. I feel the heat of a blush, of pure, unadulterated humiliation, creep up my neck. I spent the night consoling a famous artist, a public figure. I was not a partner in a moment of shared vulnerability. I was an audience, a temporary distraction, a groupie who didn't even know the name of the band. My professional mask clicks firmly into place. I will not cry. I will not yell. I will not give him the satisfaction of seeing how deep that cut went. Right, I say, my tone matching his for its sheer Arctic coldness. The storm's over. I begin to gather my things. There aren't many. My phone, its screen still black and useless. My coat, which is mostly dry now. The foil-wrapped brick of my mother's fruitcake, which is still sitting on the table. A ridiculous festive monument to a world that no longer exists. My movements are crisp, efficient. I am a doctor, preparing to discharge a patient, or in this case, myself. He watches me, his arms crossed over his bare chest, his expression a blank wall. He is a stranger. He is less than a stranger. He is a closed file. I walk to the door, my sensible boots making soft, determined sounds on the dusty floor. I have to pass him to get out. The air around him is frigid, a pocket of Arctic air in the cool cabin. I pull on my coat. I am ready to leave. I am ready to walk out into the cold, to find my car, to drive to Syracuse and immerse myself in the beautiful, sterile, predictable world of cardiology. I am ready to diagnose this entire experience as an acute, temporary insanity, and then I will forget it ever happened. That is the logical thing to do. That is the Dr. Dixon thing to do, but as my hand closes around the cold iron of the door latch, the woman from last night, the reckless-feeling creature I thought had been successfully sedated, stages one last desperate rebellion. I turn back. He is still watching me, his green eyes as cold and empty as a winter sea. My heart is a frantic, stupid bird beating against the cage of my ribs. But I have to say it. I have to leave one last piece of data on the table. One last honest symptom. My voice shakes, just slightly, a crack in the icy facade. I hate it, but I can't stop it. For what it's worth, I say, the words feeling small and fragile in the vast empty space between us. I'm glad the storm happened. I hold his gaze for a single agonizing heartbeat, a silent, stupid plea for him to say something, anything, to acknowledge the fragile, beautiful thing that lived and died in this cabin in the space of a single night. He doesn't. His expression doesn't change. He doesn't blink. He just stares at me. A stone wall, a closed door, a man I do not know at all. The silence is his answer. It is the final, brutal diagnosis.
Chapter 17. Kenneth. The door clicks shut. The sound is a period at the end of a sentence I never wanted to write. I stand there, a statue in the doorway, and listen to the crunch of her boots in the snow, each step a measured, deliberate retreat. Fainter, and then fainter still. And then, nothing. Just the whisper of the wind through the pines. She's gone. A breath I didn't know I was holding floods from my lungs in a ragged, shuddering wave. Relief. It's a pure, clean, desperate relief that makes my knees feel weak. The threat has been neutralized. The witness has been dismissed. My fortress is secure again. I am alone. I press my forehead against the cold, solid wood of the door. My eyes squeeze shut. I am safe. I am alone. I am safe. I repeat the words in my head, a desperate mantra against the chaos she unleashed. But the silence she left behind is a different beast entirely. My old silence, the one I've cultivated for 3 years, was a companion. It was a heavy, comfortable blanket, a familiar weight. This new silence is a void. It is a vacuum that sucks the air from the room, a screaming, echoing emptiness defined entirely by her absence. It has teeth. I push myself away from the door and turn, my gaze sweeping the cabin. And I see it. I see the evidence of her everywhere, a contamination of my carefully preserved ruin. 2 mugs sit by the sink, side by side, like a pair of old friends. An impossible artifact from a parallel universe where I am not alone. The heavy quilt, her quilt, is a crumpled, complicated mountain on the floor, still holding the shape of our bodies, the indentation of her head. The very air is different. It smells of wood smoke and turpentine, yes, but underneath, there is a faint, lingering trace of her. A clean, subtle scent of something like citrus and professionalism, and a warmth that has no place here. My heart gives a hard, painful thud against my ribs. It's for the best, I tell myself, the thought a cold, logical piece of shrapnel in my mind. This is a necessary amputation. She doesn't belong here. She is a creature of order, of clean lines and sterile environments. She is a woman who diagnoses problems and finds solutions. And I am not a problem to be solved. I am a catastrophe. A walking, breathing, unsolvable equation of grief and failure. What could I possibly offer a woman like that? A front row seat to my own slow, methodical self-destruction? I did the right thing. I pushed her away. I put up the walls. I became the monster she needed me to be so she could walk away clean. It was an act of mercy. The thought is so noble, so self-sacrificing. It almost makes me laugh. It's a lie. A beautiful, well-constructed lie I am telling myself to mask the ugly, pathetic truth. I didn't push her away to protect her. I pushed her away to protect myself. The moment she looked at me, her eyes wide with the recognition Hank had gifted her, I saw it. The shift. The moment I stopped being a man and became a headline. A tragedy. And I couldn't stand it. I couldn't bear to see that pity in her eyes. The same pity I've seen in 100 other pairs of eyes. Pity is a poison, and I've spent 3 years building up an immunity by staying away from the disease. Her last words echo in the crushing silence. I'm glad the storm happened. The words were a lifeline, a fragile, stupid, impossibly brave offering. And I just stared at her. I let her think she was nothing more than a symptom of the weather. I let her walk away believing that the raw, desperate, beautiful thing that happened between us last night was just an anomaly. Good job, Corbin. You've successfully confirmed you're still capable of making catastrophic, world-ending mistakes. A surge of restless, angry energy floods my veins. I have to do something. I have to work. I have to exorcise her from this space, from my head. Art is my only refuge. It is the one place where the chaos makes sense, where the pain can be given a shape. I stride over to the corner where I keep my supplies, my bare feet kicking aside the quilt without thought. I grab a fresh sketchbook, the clean white pages a stark difference when compared to the mess in my head. I find a stick of willow charcoal, the familiar, dusty texture a small comfort in my hand. I sit on the floor, my back against the worn armchair, and I open the book. I will draw the storm. I will draw the anger. I will draw the grief. I will draw the silence. I will draw anything but her. I close my eyes, trying to conjure the image of the vortex, the violent slash of crimson, the language of my pain. My hand moves, the charcoal whispering against the rough tooth of the paper. I am not thinking. I am just feeling. This is how it always works. My hands know the shape of my own despair. But when I open my eyes and look down at the page, it is not a vortex. It is not a storm. It's the curve of an eyebrow, the elegant, intelligent arch of it. It's the faint, questioning tilt of a full lip. It's the wild, beautiful chaos of a single, perfectly rendered curl. It's her. My hand freezes, the charcoal hovering over the page. A cold, terrifying dread washes over me. I try again. I press harder, my movements becoming frantic, angry. I try to smudge the lines to turn the delicate curve of her eye into a jagged shard of black. I try to bury her under a storm of furious, cross-hatched lines. But it's no use. She's there underneath it all, looking up at me from the page with those unnervingly perceptive eyes. She has contaminated my refuge. She has infected the one part of my life that was still truly, completely mine. For 3 years, my art has been a monologue, a conversation with my own ghosts. And now, she has gate-crashed the funeral. I slam the sketchbook shut, the sound a gunshot in the quiet room. I can't be here. I can't be in this space that is now haunted by 2 ghosts instead of 1. I shove myself to my feet, pacing the confines of the cabin like a caged, wounded animal. My bare foot connects with something small and hard on the floor near the hearth, something that isn't a stray piece of kindling. I look down. It's her phone. A sleek, black, rectangular piece of her world, lying face down on the dusty floorboards. A piece of the life I just brutally, efficiently, excised from my own. I stare at it for a long, silent moment. It's a landmine, a fragile, dormant link to a world I cannot, will not, be a part of. I should leave it. I should kick it under the chair. I should throw it into the fire and let it burn. But I don't. My hand moves, a slow, reluctant traitor. I bend down and pick it up. The glass is cool, smooth against my calloused, paint-stained skin. It's impossibly light, impossibly modern. It feels like an artifact from another planet, a fragile link to her. I thought the break was clean. I thought I had successfully amputated the memory of last night. But the limb is still here, and it's lying in the palm of my hand, a silent, damning accusation. The screen is dark, a black mirror reflecting my own grim, stupid face.
Chapter 18. Lori. I spend Christmas Day in a sterile, silent fog. It began after Hank the plow driver left. Kenneth, his face a mask of cold resolve, made a call on an old wall-mounted landline, his voice clipped and impersonal. I need a tow for a guest's vehicle, stuck in the ditch at the bottom of my drive. The wait was excruciating. I'd packed my small duffel bag, zipped my boots, and sat on the edge of the hearth, a trespasser in a space that had felt like a refuge only hours before. He didn't speak to me. He just stood by the window, staring out at the snow, a sentinel guarding his solitude. When the tow truck finally rumbled up the drive, I felt a hollow sense of relief. The driver, a stoic man who seemed unfazed by the Christmas Day call, winched my car from the ditch. Its front bumper was cracked and hanging, a perfect metaphor for how I felt. He drove me in the stale, diesel-scented cab of his truck to the nearest town's all-hours rental agency. I signed the paperwork for a generic silver sedan, my hands moving on clinical autopilot. The fog was my only companion for the 3-hour drive home, insulating me from the reality of the last 36 hours. The next morning, December 26th, I'm back in my apartment, and it's awfully quiet. It's not a peaceful silence. It's a sterile, humming, aggressive silence that presses in on me from all sides. The kind of quiet you find in an operating room between the beep of a monitor and the clang of a surgical tool. It's the silence I have cultivated my entire adult life, my sanctuary. Tonight, it feels like a tomb. I drop my keys into the designated ceramic bowl on the entryway table. The clatter is obscenely loud. I toe off my snow-soaked boots and place them perfectly parallel on the waterproof mat. I hang my coat in the closet. The routine is an anchor, a series of familiar, orderly steps designed to restore my equilibrium. It's not working. I walk into my living room. Everything is a shade of gray, beige, or white. The pillows on the sofa are arranged at perfect 45-degree angles. The books on the coffee table are stacked by size, their spines aligned. There is no dust. There is no clutter. There is no life. My body is thrumming with a chaotic, residual energy from the cabin. The memory of the firelight, the scratch of his beard, the scent of turpentine, the crushing weight of his grief. Here, in this pristine, controlled environment, that energy has nowhere to go. It's bouncing off the clean white walls, a ricocheting bullet of feeling in a space designed to have none. The silence is unbearable. It's louder than the blizzard ever was. I pull my new phone, the one I had to buy at a desolate roadside electronics store after I left it somewhere, probably at the cabin. Well, the gist is my old one is gone. A casualty of the storm, a final broken link. My thumb hovers over the one contact I need. My anchor. My control tower. My best friend. I push the call button before I can talk myself out of it. Taylor answers on the second ring, her voice a whirlwind of frantic energy. Lori Dixon, so help me God. I have been mainlining anxiety and bad Christmas movies for 12 hours. I was 3 seconds away from reporting you missing and/or stolen by a sexy axe-wielding mountain man. Give me a full diagnostic report stat. Are you alive? Are you intact? Have you been murdered? And if not, why haven't you called me? The barrage of words is so quintessentially Taylor, it almost makes me smile. Almost. I'm alive, I say, my voice coming out as a flat, lifeless monotone. I sink onto my perfectly arranged sofa. And intact, vitals are stable. There's a pause on the line. The frantic energy in Taylor's voice immediately sharpens into a focused, laser-like concern. She knows my tells. She knows my professional voice is my best and oldest shield. Okay, she says, her tone shifting. You're using your doctor voice. That's a code red. What did he do? I swear to God, Lori, if that beautiful bearded broken bastard hurt you. He didn't do anything, I interrupt, the lie tasting like acid on my tongue. The storm's over. The situation has been resolved. The situation has been resolved? Taylor parrots, her voice dripping with disbelief. You sound like you're dictating a patient chart. This isn't a chart, Lori. This is the most insane, Hallmark movie on crack thing that has ever happened to you. Ditch the doctor voice and talk to me. What happened after the generator died? Did you do the dare? Did you kiss him? I squeeze my eyes shut. The memory a flash of firelight and desperation. The dare was completed. Completed? She screeches, and I have to pull the phone away from my ear. That is the most clinical, unsexy description of a kiss I have ever heard. Was it that bad? Was he a bad kisser? I knew it. All that broody, artistic angst probably translates to him just sort of pressing his lips against yours in a vaguely mournful way. It wasn't bad, I say. The understatement of the century. The memory of that kiss, the shift from comfort to a raw, consuming hunger, sends a jolt of heat through my body that is completely at odds with the sterile gray of my living room. So, what's the problem? She presses, her voice softening, zeroing in on the truth. What happened this morning? And so I tell her. I tell her everything. My voice the same flat, emotionless monotone. I use to deliver bad news to a patient's family. I report the facts. The revelation of his name, Kenneth Corbin. The look on his face. The cold, brutal dismissal. I recite his words like lines from a textbook. The storm's over. When I'm done, the silence on the line is a simmering, furious thing. Okay, Taylor finally says, her voice dangerously calm. So let me get this straight. You two have a profound, life-altering, potentially magical night together. He spills his guts to you, you comfort him. You have what I am now assuming was mind-blowing sex on his dead wife's quilt in front of a roaring fire. Taylor, I warn. And then some guy in a Santa hat shows up, says his name, and he just kicks you out? He just flips a switch and goes back to being a grumpy, emotionally constipated caveman. That is an accurate summary of the events, yes? I'm going to kill him, she announces. I don't know how, but I'm going to find that cabin, and I'm going to murder him with one of his own pretentious paintbrushes. That is the most cowardly, emotionally stunted, grade A nonsense I have ever heard in my life. Her fury, hot and righteous and completely on my behalf, should be a comfort, but it's not. It just makes the hollow space in my chest feel bigger. It's for the best, Tay, I murmur, trying to convince myself as much as her. It was a proximity-induced anomaly, a temporary fever. He was right. The storm is over. Oh my God, you're using his words, she groans in frustration. Do you hear yourself? You're diagnosing a heartbreak. You're trying to put a neat clinical label on a feeling because you're terrified of it. I'm not terrified, I lie. Nonsense, she snaps, and her voice is no longer angry. It's sharp, insightful, and devastatingly honest. It's the voice she uses when she's about to tell me a truth I don't want to hear. You are terrified. This is what you do, Lori. It's your whole MO. Something messy and unpredictable comes along. Your parents' art, a spontaneous weekend trip, a man with a past so complicated it can't be summarized in a patient file, and you run. You retreat back to your clean white logical fortress, and you lock the door. Her words are a physical blow. They hit like diagnosis, a stunning, irrefutable truth I have been running from my entire life. So he's got baggage, Taylor continues, her voice softening, but losing none of its intensity. Messy, complicated, tragic baggage that doesn't fit in your neat little carry-on. Are you going to let him scare you off because his problems are messier than a clean diagnosis? The question hangs in the sterile silence of my apartment, an echo of a truth I can no longer ignore. Running. She's right. I'm running again. I ran from my family's chaotic, beautiful love. I ran from the terrifying, exhilarating uncertainty of that night in the hotel bar a year ago. And I just ran from that cabin, my professional mask firmly in place, relieved to be back in a world where feelings can be categorized and pain can be managed. Kenneth pushed me away, yes, but I let him. I was grateful for the excuse to retreat, because his pain is a force of nature. It's a blizzard. And I am a woman who builds her life around avoiding the storm. Lori? Taylor's voice is gentle now, a lifeline in the sudden, overwhelming quiet of my own head. Are you still there? I'm here, I whisper, my throat suddenly thick. You're right. I know, she says, her voice filled with a warm, sad understanding. I'm always right. It's my most charming and irritating quality. We are quiet for a moment. The hum of my minimalist refrigerator feels like a roar. So what are you going to do? She asks. The old Lori, the Lori from yesterday, would have an answer. I am going to the conference. I am going to immerse myself in work. I am going to forget this ever happened. But the Lori from last night, the one who kissed a stranger in the dark, the one who chose feeling over logic, has a different answer. I don't know, I say, and it's the most honest thing I've said all day. After we hang up, I sit on my perfect gray sofa, in my perfect silent apartment, and I feel the walls closing in. This isn't a sanctuary, it's a prison, a clean, well-lit, beautifully decorated prison I built for myself, and I have to get out. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't have a plan. I don't have a protocol. All I have is a name, Kenneth Corbin. And for the first time, I realized that knowing his name isn't the end of the story. It's the beginning. I decide to stop running. I stand up, my movements slow, deliberate. I walk over to my sleek minimalist desk. I open my laptop. The soft white glow of the screen illuminates my face. My fingers, the steady, competent fingers of a surgeon, find the keyboard. I type his name into the search bar. Kenneth Corbin. I don't know what I'm looking for. A diagnosis, a cure, a reason. I just know that I have to understand the man, not the myth. The artist, not the tragedy. I press enter.
Chapter 19. Kenneth. The cabin is a pressure cooker, and I am boiling alive inside it. The silence is a high-pitched scream. Her absence is a physical presence, a ghost that is more solid and real than Amelia's has been in years. I tried to paint. I tried to exorcise her, to bury her under a storm of charcoal and rage. But my own hands betrayed me. Her face is staring up at me from the closed sketchbook, a permanent, damning afterimage. I need to move. I need to do something physical, something that doesn't involve a paintbrush or a bottle of whiskey. I need to sweat out this contamination. Cleaning. The idea is so foreign, so laughably domestic. It's the only thing that makes sense. An act of purification, a scouring of the temple. I will erase every trace of her. The mugs in the sink, the quilt on the floor. I will scrub this place down to the studs, back to its original monastic state of pure, unadulterated misery. I start with the quilt. I pick it up off the floor, the faded patchwork heavy in my hands. It smells of wood smoke, of her, of us. The scent is an intimacy I can't stand. I carry it, holding it away from my body as if it's radioactive, and shove it into the old wooden chest at the foot of the bed I haven't slept in since she died. I slam the lid. One ghost buried. But it's not enough. The entire cabin feels porous, compromised. My gaze drifts upward to the loft. The loft is where we kept the things that didn't fit into our daily lives. Old furniture from my parents' house, books we'd already read, and our old work. The pieces from college, the failed experiments, the things that weren't ready for the world. It's a museum of our past, a space I haven't set foot in for 3 years. It is the one place in this cabin that is still truly, completely Amelia's. An idea, cold and sharp, cuts through the chaos in my mind. If I want to erase the new ghost, maybe I have to confront the old one. The wooden ladder groans under my weight as I climb, each rung a protest. The air in the loft is thick, still, and cold. It smells of dust, of old paper, of the faint, sweet scent of linseed oil that has seeped into the very bones of the wood. The light from the single grimy window is weak, casting everything in a hazy, sepulchral gray. Her things are on the left, my things are on the right. An invisible line drawn down the center. It was a joke between us. A house divided, she used to say, makes for a much more organized storage space. I run my hand over a stack of her canvases, the canvas rough and tight under my fingers. I don't turn them around. I don't need to. I know what they are. Her abstracts, explosions of color and joy, the work of a woman who was in love with life. But behind them, tucked away under a dust sheet, is something else, a large leather-bound portfolio. It's not one of the cheap student ones we used to have. This one is professional, heavy, the kind you take to a serious meeting. I don't remember her buying it. My heart gives a slow, heavy thud. This feels like trespassing. This feels like reading a diary. I do it anyway. I pull the heavy portfolio out, the leather cool and smooth under my hands. I lay it on the dusty floor and untie the black ribbon that holds it shut. The knot is stiff, unused. I open it. The first page is not what I expect. It's not a vibrant abstract. It's a charcoal sketch, a self-portrait. But it's not the laughing, joyful Amelia from the sketches downstairs. This woman is a stranger. Her gaze is fierce, confrontational. Her jaw is set. The lines are angry, energetic, the shadows deep and complex. There is a darkness in this drawing, a raw, defiant power that I have never seen in her work before. It looks a little bit like my work. The style is influenced by mine, the heavy, emotional lines, the stark contrast. But the voice, the soul of it, is entirely her own. I turn the page, and another. They are all like this, a series of figure studies, nudes, portraits, all rendered in this same powerful, almost violent style. They are brilliant. They are passionate. They are the work of an artist who is not just painting what she sees, but is wrestling with it, tearing it apart and putting it back together in her own image. This isn't the work of a muse. This is the work of a rival. A cold, sick feeling begins to unspool in my gut. Where did this come from? When did she do these? I was her husband. We shared a studio for 10 years. How did I not know she was creating a body of work this significant, this different? My mind scrambles, trying to piece together a timeline. This style, it's mature. This is the work of her last year. The year I was consumed by the New York show. The year I was a whirlwind of ambition and stress and self-importance. The year I was never home. I was so wrapped up in my own ascent, I never even thought to look over and see that she was building a ladder of her own. I reached the last page in the portfolio. It's a stunning, heart-wrenching portrait of me. I'm asleep, my face in shadow, my expression unguarded, peaceful. She has captured me in a moment of vulnerability I didn't even know I possessed. It is a portrait of profound, aching love. But it is also a portrait of distance. She is the artist, and I am the subject. She is the one who is awake, and I am the one who is sleeping. My hands are shaking. I feel like I am going to be sick. I close the portfolio, my mind reeling. I have been living a lie. Not just the lie of my own guilt, but the lie of our life together. I thought I knew her. I thought I knew her art. I knew nothing. As I go to tie the ribbon, my fingers brush against a flap on the inside of the leather cover. A pocket. And tucked inside is a single, folded piece of paper. It's a letter. Her elegant, familiar script, a little rushed, a little frantic, covers the page. It's not a real letter. It's a draft. There are words crossed out, sentences rephrased. It is addressed to Genevieve. My blood runs cold. Why was she writing to Genevieve? My gallery owner, my dealer, my champion. I unfold the letter, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Dear Genevieve, I hope you'll forgive the unsolicited nature of this letter. You are Kenneth's dealer, and I've always respected the boundaries of that relationship. But I'm not writing to you as Kenneth's wife. I'm writing to you as an artist. The words are a punch to the gut. I have to read them twice to make them make sense. For the past year, I've been developing a new body of work, a series of charcoal portraits that I believe represents a significant evolution in my style. It is a departure from the abstracts you may have seen. It is darker, more personal. It is, I believe, the most honest work I have ever done. Honest. The word is a ghost, an echo of a conversation with another woman, in another lifetime, just last night. My entire artistic life has been lived in a tandem with Kenneth's. It has been a joy and a privilege to watch his star rise. But a star casts a long shadow, and I'm ready to step out of it. I'm not just a muse. I'm not just an artist's wife. I'm an artist, and I'm ready for my own show. I would be honored if you would consider representing me. I have a meeting scheduled with your assistant for the day after Kenneth's opening, and I will bring the full portfolio then. But I wanted you to hear it from me first. My vision blurs. The words swim on the page. She had a meeting. She went behind my back. She was making a plan for a life, a career that was separate from mine. I forced myself to read the last paragraph, the words that are scribbled and crossed out and rewritten at the bottom of the page. This is the hardest part. I haven't told him yet. I haven't found the right words. He is so consumed by the show, by the pressure. I don't want him to think I am competing with him, or that I am not proud of him. But I have to do this for me. I can't live in his shadow any longer. The final line, written in a clear, determined hand, is a death sentence. It is a rewriting of my entire history, of the very foundation of my guilt. I have to tell him tonight, before the show. It's time. And just like that, the simple, brutal narrative of my guilt, the story that has been my religion for 3 years, is obliterated. She wasn't driving to my show just to support me. She wasn't driving to my show to be the proud, supportive wife. She was driving to my show to tell me she was leaving. Not me, not our marriage. But she was leaving the role I'd cast her in. She was on her way to start her own life. The guilt I've carried, the heavy, righteous guilt of a man whose ambition killed his wife, is suddenly a flimsy, pathetic thing. It is replaced by a new guilt, a guilt that is so vast, so complex, so utterly devastating. It threatens to swallow me whole. It wasn't just my ambition that put her on that icy road. It was hers. And I never even knew she had it. I didn't just fail to protect her. I failed to see her.
Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 20. Lori. The internet is a rabbit hole of ghosts. My laptop screen glows in the sterile dark of my apartment. A portal to a life that feels both impossibly glamorous and devastatingly tragic. The search results for Kenneth Corbin are a cascade of Art World articles, glowing reviews, and then a sharp, sudden pivot to hushed, speculative pieces about his disappearance. The vanishing of a genius. The Corbin tragedy. Where is Kenneth Corbin? I read until my eyes burn. I absorb the data, the timeline, the public narrative. I learn about his meteoric rise, his raw, emotional talent. I see pictures of his early work, landscapes so full of light and color they seem to vibrate off the screen. They are the work of a man in love with the world. They are the polar opposite of the angry, wounded canvas I saw in his cabin. And in every article, every photo from a gallery opening, she is there. Amelia, a beautiful, ethereal woman with a cascade of dark hair and a smile that seems to light up the room. She is always at his side, a hand on his arm, her gaze fixed on him with an expression of pure, unadulterated adoration. The world saw her as the muse, the beautiful, supportive wife, the tragic footnote in the story of a great artist's pain. But the man I met, the man who spoke her name like a prayer, didn't just love a muse. He loved a woman who had a ridiculous, honking laugh and who hummed when she read. The public narrative is a two-dimensional sketch. I spent a night with the three-dimensional, bleeding Technicolor reality. There's a name that appears in every article about his career: Geneviève Delacroix, his dealer, the owner of the chic Soho gallery that launched his career, the gatekeeper. I find the gallery's number. It's a long shot, a wild, illogical impulse. What am I even going to say? Hi, I'm the woman who spent a night with your reclusive, long-lost client, and I'd like to ask you some deeply personal questions. It's insane. It's unprofessional. It's the only thing I can think of to do. I dial the number before my logical brain can stage a successful coup. A crisp, cool voice answers on the second ring. Delacroix Gallery. How may I help you? I'd like to speak with Geneviève Delacroix, please. I inject my voice with every ounce of the calm professional authority I possess. The same voice I use to command a room full of panicked interns. May I ask who's calling? The voice is polite but firm, a verbal gatekeeper. My name is Dr. Lori Dixon. I don't know why I use my title. Maybe as a shield, maybe as a way to signal that I am a serious person, not a crazed fan. And what is this regarding? This is it. The moment where I either hang up or I jump off the cliff. I take a breath. It's regarding Kenneth Corbin. The silence heard on the line is a sudden, sharp intake of breath. The professional wall cracks just for a second. I see, the voice says, the coolness now laced with a wary, intense curiosity. Please hold. I wait, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I expect to be told she's unavailable, that she doesn't speak about him. I expect the line to go dead. Instead, after a long, tense minute, a new voice comes on the line. It's a low, smoky alto, a voice that sounds like it's been marinated in expensive wine and seen it all cynicism. This is Geneviève Delacroix. To whom am I speaking? My name is Lori Dixon. And you're a doctor? Yes, a cardiologist. Another pause. I can almost hear the gears turning in her head, trying to make sense of this bizarre, impossible call. And you are calling me about Kenneth Corbin. This is not, I hope, about an outstanding medical bill. No, I say, a small hysterical laugh almost escaping me. Nothing like that. I'm calling because I believe I have some information about his whereabouts. And I had some questions. The silence that follows is so profound I think she's hung up. Dr. Dixon, she finally says, and her voice is a razor blade wrapped in velvet. I have not heard a credible word about Kenneth's whereabouts in 3 years. I have been contacted by psychics, by conspiracy theorists, and by at least 3 women who claim to be the reincarnation of his dead wife. So you will forgive me if I am skeptical. I understand, I say, my own voice steady. I have to get this right. But I am not a psychic. I am a doctor, and I spent last night with him. The only sound is her sharp, sudden intake of breath. I've hit a nerve. Be at my gallery in an hour, she commands, and the line goes dead. The Delacroix Gallery is exactly what I expected. A cavernous, white-walled space in Soho, where the art is treated with the kind of hushed reverence usually reserved for religious icons. The air is cool and smells faintly of money and floor polish. A woman who looks like she was carved from a block of ice and dressed by a Parisian fashion god approaches me. Dr. Dixon? It's the voice from the phone. I nod. Geneviève will see you now. She leads me through the silent, echoing gallery, past enormous, abstract canvases that seem to vibrate with silent, angry energy. We go through a discreet door at the back into a chic, minimalist office that overlooks a small, zen-like sculpture garden. And there she is. Geneviève Delacroix is a woman in her late 50s, with a severe architectural haircut and eyes the color of storm clouds. She is dressed in a black silk suit that probably costs more than my car. She is formidable. She is the final boss of the New York art world. She gestures to the chair opposite her desk without smiling. "Tea?" she asks, her voice the same smoky alto from the phone. "No, thank you." She studies me for a long, silent moment, her gaze so intense it feels like a physical examination. She is assessing me, diagnosing me, trying to figure out what kind of creature I am. "You have his eyes," she says, the observation a quiet, startling bomb. My eyebrows shoot up. "I'm sorry?" "Not the color," she clarifies, waving a dismissive hand, her many silver bracelets clinking together. "The look. That same weary, walled-off, I've seen too much look. He had it even when he was a 20-year-old kid from Pennsylvania. It's what made his work so compelling. It's what made him so compelling." She leans forward, her expression sharp, predatory. "So, you spent the night with him. Tell me everything." And so I do. I give her the clinical, edited version, the storm, the car, the cabin. I'll leave out the kiss, the quilt, the raw, devastating intimacy of the night. I present it as a story of a doctor, stranded with a reclusive stranger. She listens without interrupting, her face a perfect, unreadable mask. When I'm done, she leans back in her chair, a long, slow sigh escaping her lips. "So he's alive," she murmurs, more to herself than to me. "And he's still hiding in that ridiculous, drafty cabin his grandfather built. I always suspected." "You knew about the cabin?" "Of course I knew about the cabin," she scoffs. "I know everything about Kenneth Corbin, or at least, I thought I did." She picks up a heavy silver letter opener and toys with it, the sharp point tracing patterns on her leather-bound desk blotter. His story is the one the world knows. A brilliant artist, a perfect love, a devastating tragedy. It's a very neat, very marketable narrative. But it's not the whole story, I say. The words a quiet, certain diagnosis. Her stormy gray eyes snap up to meet mine. A flicker of something, sadness, regret, crosses her face before it's gone. "No," she says, her voice a low murmur. "It never is." She looks past me, out the window to the sculpture garden. The world saw Amelia as his muse, and she was. But she was more than that. She was the light. Kenneth. Kenneth was always the shadow. Even when his work was full of color, the darkness was always there, underneath. She was the one who kept it at bay. She is silent for a moment, lost in a memory. She was an artist too, you know. The words are a quiet echo of a thought I had myself, standing in front of those vibrant, joyful sketches. Genevieve's lips curve into a sad, knowing smile. She might have been better than Kenneth. She was more disciplined, less at the mercy of her own chaotic emotions. She had a vision. She was just starting to find her own voice, a voice separate from his. Her smile fades, and her expression becomes one of profound, weary sadness. That was the real tragedy. Not just that he lost his muse, but that the world lost an artist before it ever even knew her name. The weight of that loss, of a potential that was never realized, settles in the quiet, elegant office. It is a heavier, more complex grief than the simple, brutal narrative the world knows. Genevieve stands up, her movements crisp, decisive. "Come with me." I follow her out of the office, back through a different door, into a part of the gallery that is clearly not for the public. It's a storage area filled with temperature-controlled racks of paintings, a silent, sleepy museum of art, waiting for its moment in the sun. She leads me to a single small canvas that is not on a rack, but is sitting on a simple, elegant easel, covered by a white dust sheet. "After the accident," she begins, her voice a little thick, "her parents gave me a few of her things, some of her early work. They didn't know what else to do with it. She takes a corner of the dust sheet in her perfectly manicured fingers. Her stormy eyes meet mine, and there is a raw, unguarded emotion in them that takes my breath away. It is the look of a woman who is about to share a sacred, painful secret. She pulls the sheet away. The painting is a small, unassuming landscape, a field of wildflowers under a bright, hopeful sky. But the colors are electric. The vibrant, joyful yellows, the deep, soulful blues, the defiant, passionate reds. They are a symphony of pure, unadulterated light. It is a painting made by a woman who was in love with the world, a woman who saw all of its beauty and none of its shadows. It is a painting that is so full of life, it feels like it is breathing. It is stunning. Genevieve reaches out and runs a single reverent finger along the edge of the simple wooden frame. Her voice when she speaks is a soft, broken whisper that shatters the last of my clinical detachment. This was one of Amelia's, she says. She was just as gifted as he was.
Chapter 21. Kenneth. The letter is a ghost in my hand. The paper is thin, almost translucent in the weak, gray light of the loft, but it weighs more than anything I have ever held. It is the weight of a life I never knew, a story I was never told. I have to tell him tonight, before the show. It's time. Time. The word is a joke, a cruel, cosmic punchline. Time ran out on an icy road before she could tell me. And I've been living in the wreckage of the wrong story ever since. My guilt has been my companion for 3 years. It has been my muse, my religion, the very architecture of my life. It was a simple, brutal faith. My ambition killed my wife. I built this entire monastic, miserable life around that single, solitary pillar of belief. And Amelia's letter, her beautiful, frantic secret letter, has just taken a sledgehammer to it. The guilt is not gone. It has metastasized. It has shape-shifted into something far more monstrous, more insidious. It's no longer the simple, clean guilt of a man who was too focused on his career. It is the complex, ugly guilt of a man who was a fool. A blind, arrogant, self-absorbed fool who was so obsessed with the light he was casting that he never noticed the woman standing next to him was a star in her own right, about to go supernova. A wave of nausea, hot and acidic, washes over me. I stumble back from the portfolio, my hand flying to my mouth. I'm going to be sick. Here, in the dusty silence of her secret world, surrounded by the evidence of a life she was building without me. I need air. I need out. I half fall, half scramble down the ladder, my limbs clumsy, uncoordinated. The main floor of the cabin is no longer a refuge. It is the scene of a different crime. The place where I foolishly believed I'd found a moment of connection, of honesty. Honesty. The word is a curse. Laurie's word. It's full of pain, but it's honest. What did she see? Did she see the truth in that mess of a painting? Did she see the pathetic, self-pitying lie I had built my entire identity around? I have to talk to her. The thought is an electric shock, a jolt of pure, undiluted insanity. Talk to her? The woman I just brutally, efficiently, emotionally eviscerated and threw out into the cold? The woman whose final, fragile offering of connection I met with a wall of stone-cold silence. What in God's name would I even say? Hey, it's Kenneth, the tragic artist you spent the night with. Turns out the tragedy is way more pathetic and complicated than I let on. My entire grief narrative was a lie of omission. Anyway, how's your day going? It's impossible. It's absurd. It is the only thing I want to do. She is the only person in the world who has seen the before and the after. She saw the man who was defined by the old guilt. She is the only person who might, in some crazy, impossible way, understand the man who is now drowning in the new one. She called my pain honest. I need to know if she can see the honesty in this too, in this new, more shameful wreckage. But she's gone, and I have no way to reach her. I don't know where she lives. The link is broken. My gaze falls on the floor by the hearth, on the spot where my foot hit it. Her phone. The thought is a lifeline. A fragile, stupid, impossibly thin thread of hope in the suffocating darkness of my own head. I lunge for it, my movements frantic. I snatch it up from the floor, the cool, smooth glass a foreign object in my trembling hand. The screen is black. Dead. Of course. The battery is gone. The link is broken after all. No. My grandfather's voice echoes in my head, a gruff, practical ghost. Civilization is a flimsy arrangement, son. Always have a backup. The chest. The one by the wall. The one filled with his old emergency supplies. Candles. Matches. A first aid kit. I wrench the heavy lid open, the hinges groaning in protest. I dig past the dusty blankets, the tins of ancient canned goods. And there it is. A small, foldable solar charger. A ridiculous prepper mentality gadget I thought I would never use. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely unfold the panels. I carry it, and the phone, over to the grimy window, the one place where the weak winter sun is making a pathetic attempt to pierce through the gloom. I lay the panels on the sill, angling them toward the light. I find the right adapter from the small bag of them and plug it into the phone. Nothing happens. Of course, nothing happens. It's a cheap piece of plastic, and the sun is a weak, watery thing. This is a fool's errand. A desperate, pathetic attempt to undo a mistake that is already set in stone. I leave it there. I have to. It's all I can do. And so I wait. I pace the confines of the cabin, a caged animal. Every creak of the floorboards is an accusation. Every flicker of the dying fire is a judgment. The silence is a jury, and they are finding me guilty on all counts. I scrub the mugs in the sink with a furious, useless energy. I fold the quilt on the floor with a reverence it doesn't deserve and place it back on the armchair, a silent, hollow apology to a ghost who can't hear me. Every few minutes I go back to the window. The phone is still a black, dead rectangle. The charger has no indicator light, no way of knowing if it's even working. It's an exercise in pure, blind faith. And I'm a man who has lost his religion twice in the last 24 hours. The sun begins its slow, lazy descent, the gray light of the afternoon softening into the golden hues of evening. Hours have passed. An eternity. I'm standing at the window, staring at the phone, my own reflection a grim, hollow-eyed stranger in the darkening glass when it happens. The screen flickers to life. A simple white apple appears on the screen, a symbol of a world I do not belong to. My heart gives a single violent kick against my ribs. It worked. The link is not broken. I snatch the phone from the charger, my hands clumsy, my breath held. The apple disappears, replaced by the lock screen, and the world stops. It's a picture, a photograph, a perfect, vibrant, high-definition slice of a life that is not mine. It's Lori. She's not alone. She's with another woman, a friend, probably. Someone with a joyful, infectious grin. They are sitting at a table in what looks like a restaurant, their heads close together, caught in a moment of pure, unadulterated laughter. Lori's head is thrown back, her smile so wide and genuine, it makes my chest ache. Her curls are a glorious, unrestrained halo around her head. She is beautiful. She is alive. She is everything this cabin is not. But it's not the image of her that makes the air leave my lungs. It's not her smile, not her joy, not the impossible, aching beauty of her. It's what's behind her. On the wall of the restaurant, hanging in a simple, elegant black frame, is a painting. A print of a lighthouse in Maine, the light cutting a sharp, hopeful slice through a gathering storm. A print of a landscape so full of a desperate, yearning light that it feels like a prayer. A print of my painting, the one I sold to the St. Regis Hotel a year and a half ago, the one that hangs in the lobby, just outside the bar where I first met her. The pieces click into place in my head, a series of cold, hard, brutal connections. She wasn't a stranger. She wasn't an anomaly. She wasn't a random collision in a hotel bar. She knew. She's known who I was all along.
Chapter 22. Lori. I leave the Delacroix Gallery in a daze. The chic, minimalist silence of Soho is a world away from the chaotic, emotional landscape I've just traversed. My feet move on the pavement, but my mind is still in that back room, standing in front of a small painting of a field of wildflowers. A painting so full of life it felt like a window into another woman's soul. She was just as gifted as he was. Genevieve's words echo in my head, a quiet, devastating refrain. The story isn't what I thought it was. It's not a simple narrative of a tragic artist and his lost muse. It's a complex, overlapping tragedy of two artists, one of whom the world never even got to meet. I get in my car, the engine humming to life in the late afternoon chill. I should be driving to Syracuse. The conference is starting. There are lectures on anticoagulation therapy I am professionally obligated to attend. My neatly planned, sterile, and predictable life is waiting for me, a safe harbor in a storm of unmanageable feelings. I pull out into traffic, my hands steady on the wheel, my blinker a calm, rhythmic tick-tock against the sudden frantic arrhythmia of my heart. I am a doctor. I am a woman of science and reason. I diagnose problems, and I solve them. And Kenneth Corbin is not a problem I can solve. His grief is a pre-existing condition with a complex, multi-layered pathology. His decision to push me away was a clear, unequivocal rejection. The logical, rational course of action is to accept his diagnosis of our encounter, a temporary proximity-induced anomaly, and move on. It is the only sane thing to do. My hands, of their own accord, steer the car north, not toward Syracuse, but back the way I came, back toward the woods, toward the snow, toward the man who is a walking, breathing, unsolvable problem. My phone, the new unfamiliar one, is on the passenger seat. I pick it up, my thumb hovering over Taylor's name. This is an insane, illogical, wildly unprofessional impulse, and I need to hear a voice of reason. I need my best friend to tell me to turn this car around, to go to my conference, to retreat back to the safety of my fortress. I press the call button. She answers immediately. "Okay, I've had some time to think," she says, forgoing any greeting. "And I've revised my plan. Murder is too messy, and I don't think I'd look good in prison orange. So I've decided on a multi-pronged approach of public shaming in a series of anonymous glitter bomb packages. Taylor, I need you to be serious for a minute." "I am completely serious," she huffs. "Glitter is the herpes of the craft world. It never goes away. It's the perfect metaphor for the emotional damage he has inflicted." I'm driving back to the cabin. The words come out before I can stop them. A bald, unvarnished confession. I hear a silence on the line so absolute, I think the call has dropped. "I'm sorry," she finally says, her voice a strangled whisper. "I think the blizzard must have caused some residual auditory frostbite. It sounded like you, Dr. Lori Dixon, the woman who schedules her dental cleanings a year in advance and thinks spontaneity is a symptom of an anxiety disorder, just said you were driving back to the creepy, isolated cabin of the emotionally unavailable man who broke your heart this morning." That is an accurate summary of the situation, yes. Why? The question is not a judgment. It's a genuine, baffled request for data. Because the diagnosis was wrong, I say. The words suddenly, startlingly clear in my own mind. My grip on the steering wheel tightens. His and mine. He thinks what happened between us was a symptom of the storm. And I thought his pain was the whole story. But it's not. I tell her about Genevieve. I tell her about Amelia's painting, about the vibrant, joyful light captured on the canvas. I tell her about the new, more complex shape of the tragedy. "So his wife wasn't just his muse," Taylor murmurs when I'm done, her voice rich with a soft, sad wonder. "She was his competition. She was his equal." I correct her gently. "And I don't think he ever knew it." I think he's been carrying around the wrong guilt for 3 years. Okay, Taylor says, slowly processing. That is a devastatingly romantic and emotionally complex new layer to this whole mess. I approve. But what does that have to do with you driving back there? What's your plan, Lori? You can't just show up and be like, hey, I've re-diagnosed your trauma. Here's the new treatment plan. Well, actually, that's a very you thing to do. I don't have a treatment plan, I admit, and the words are both terrifying and liberating. I just have this. I tell her about the print, the one Genevieve helped me acquire from a private collector with a single cryptic phone call. A limited edition print of one of Kenneth's early works, a landscape of the Amalfi Coast, a place so full of sun and sea and hope, it almost hurts to look at it. I'm going to leave it for him, I explain, my voice barely a whisper. I'm not going to knock. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to put it where he can see it. Another long, heavy silence from Taylor's end. I can picture her, pacing her apartment, her brow furrowed, running the variables. That is, she finally says, without a doubt, the most insane, illogical, reckless, and wildly romantic thing I have ever heard in my entire life. So I should turn around? I ask, a sliver of my old cautious self still looking for an escape hatch. Absolutely not, she breathes, her voice filled with fierce, joyful pride. You floor it. You drive up there and you perform the grandest, most emotionally questionable gesture in the history of grand gestures. You plant that flag, Lori. You show that beautiful, broken man that you see all of it. The darkness and the light. Her words are the final, definitive push I need. They are not a voice of reason. They are a voice of validation. A validation of the reckless, feeling woman I am only just beginning to meet. The sun is low in the sky when I find the turnoff, the long, unplowed driveway, a familiar, intimidating sight. My car, now equipped with new, ridiculously expensive snow tires, handles the terrain with a competence I do not feel. My heart is a wild, frantic thing against my ribs. This is a mistake. He will see the painting and throw it into the snow. He will see my car and refuse to open the door. He will see this not as a gesture of understanding, but as an invasion. A violation of the boundaries he so clearly, brutally erected this morning. I pull the car to a stop at the end of the driveway, the same spot where my own car was buried in a snowdrift a lifetime ago. The cabin is silent, a dark shape against the bruised purple and orange of the sunset. A thin curl of smoke rises from the chimney. He is there. He is home. I get out of the car, the cold air a sharp, clean slap in the face. I open the back and carefully retrieve my cargo. The print, wrapped in brown paper, in a simple wooden easel I bought at a tiny dusty art supply store in the last town I passed through. My hands are shaking, but my movements are steady as I set up the easel in the snow-covered driveway, directly in the line of sight of the front window. I unwrap the print, the crinkling of the paper unnaturally loud in the profound silence of the woods. The painting is even more beautiful out here. The vibrant, impossible blue of the sea, the sun-drenched white of the cliffs, the defiant, joyful explosion of bougainvillea. It is a riot of life and light in the middle of this stark, monochromatic winter landscape. It is a memory of warmth. It is a promise of a world that is not just black and white and gray. It is a statement. It says, I know you are the artist who paints the wound, but I also know you are the artist who painted this. I see the man who contains both. I see all of you. I place the print on the easel, my fingers clumsy with cold. I adjust it, making sure it's perfectly level, perfectly centered. A doctor's precision. And then I'm done. The gesture is complete. The offering has been made. My heart is pounding so hard I can feel it in my teeth. The impulse is to march up to that door, to knock, to explain, to diagnose the situation. But I don't. That's the old Lori. That's the doctor. The woman who needs to control the outcome. The new Lori, the one who is just starting to breathe, does something else. She trusts the silence. She relinquishes control. I turn and walk back to my car, the crunch of my boots the only sound. I slide into the driver's seat, the leather cold against my back, and I wait. I don't start the engine. I don't turn on the radio. I just sit here, in the growing twilight, my hands trembling in my lap. I stare at the dark, silent cabin, at the single defiant splash of color I have left in its driveway. This is not a plea. This is not a demand. It is a choice. And the choice is his. The front door of the cabin remains closed. The silence stretches, a thin, fragile thread pulled taut between my car and his house. My breath fogs up the windshield and I have to wipe it away with the back of my glove. The waiting is an agony, a slow, quiet torture. He might not even see it. He might not even be looking out the window. But I will wait. For how long, I don't know. I will wait until I have an answer, even if that answer is just the continued crushing silence. I will wait.
Chapter 23. Kenneth. My world has been reduced to 2 pieces of paper. One is a letter, a ghost's confession, lying on the table where I left it. The other is a photograph on the screen of a phone I am holding in a white-knuckled grip. One rewrites my past. The other reframes my present. Amelia's letter is the story of a woman I failed to see. A guilt so profound it has hollowed out the foundations of my old one. Lori's photo is the story of a woman who saw me all along. A lie of omission that makes every honest, vulnerable moment from last night feel like a calculated piece of theater. She knew. The words are a frantic, repeating drumbeat in my skull. She knew who I was when she walked up to me in that bar. She knew when she knocked on my door. She knew when she looked at my painting and called it honest. She knew when she kissed me. My first impulse is a pure, clean, white-hot rage. I have been played. She's a ghoul, a tragedy tourist, a woman who saw the broken artist and wanted a story to tell. The thought is so ugly, so vile. It makes me want to put my fist through a wall. But the rage won't stick. It keeps sliding off the deeper, sharper, more devastating wound of Amelia's letter. My own failure is a black hole, and it is pulling everything else into its orbit. Lori's deception is a flickering candle in the face of this collapsing star. I'm a liar, too. I've been lying to myself for 3 years. Who am I to judge her silence? I shove the phone into my pocket, the image of her laughing face burning a hole in my thigh. I start to pace, a caged animal in a cell of my own making. The cabin is too small. The air is too thin. I'm suffocating under the weight of 2 pasts, the one I thought I had, and the one that is brutally, undeniably true. I need to destroy something. I need to paint. I need to scream. My frantic circular pacing brings me to the grimy window that looks out over the driveway. I'm not looking for anything. I'm just a creature in a cage, staring at the bars. And I see it. Out in the snow, where there was nothing before, there is now something. A shape. A flicker of impossible, vibrant color against the bruised twilight purple of the snow. My brain, already overloaded and short-circuiting, refuses to process it. It's a trick of the light. It's a snowblind hallucination. It's a new kind of ghost, a more colorful one, come to join the party in my head. I rub my eyes with the heels of my hands, a rough, punishing motion. I look again. It's still there. A perfect, sharp-edged rectangle of impossible warmth in the cold blue landscape. A low growl builds in my chest. I don't know what it is, but it is an intrusion. It is a violation. It is one more thing in my world that I did not ask for and do not want. I wrench the door open and stalk outside without a coat, without shoes. The cold is a righteous, purifying shock. The sharp, icy crust of the snow bites at the soles of my bare feet, a welcome, grounding pain. I walk toward the hallucination, each step a crunching, angry rhythm in the profound silence of the woods. The closer I get, the clearer it becomes. It's an easel, a cheap, flimsy-looking wooden easel, and on it is a painting, no a print. My steps are slow. The rage and confusion in my mind begin to recede, replaced by a cold, dawning dread. I know this image. I know these colors. I stop a few feet away, my breath a cloud of white in the frigid air. It's the Amalfi Coast, the impossible sun-drenched blue of the Tyrrhenian Sea, the chalk-white cliffs dotted with lemon groves, the defiant, joyful explosion of pink bougainvillea, so vibrant it almost hurts to look at. It is a painting of a world that is not this one. It is a painting of pure, unadulterated light. It is a painting I made 5 years ago. The memory hits me with all the force of a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. Amelia, her 30th birthday. We were in our tiny, cramped city apartment, and I had just sold my first major piece. "Take me to Italy," she'd said, her eyes shining, her voice full of a breathless, hopeful joy. "Take me to the Amalfi Coast. We can rent a little villa, and you can paint, and I'll read, and we'll drink wine and get fat on pasta." And I, in my infinite, arrogant wisdom, had said no. "After this next show, babe," I'd promised, the words now a death sentence echoing in my memory. "When I've really made it, when I have a name, then we can go anywhere. I promise." It was a promise I never kept. She died before I could make good on it. The show came and went. I made a name for myself, and I never took her to Italy. The print on the easel is not a piece of art. It is a monument to my greatest, most personal regret, a symbol of every broken promise, every missed opportunity, every moment I chose the shadow of my ambition over the light of her. A choked, ragged sound tears from my throat. My legs feel weak. I reach out and brace myself against the flimsy easel, my fingers tracing the familiar, impossible lines of a life I could have had. Who would do this? Who would be this cruel? And then I look up, past the painting, past the symbol of my failure, down the long, snow-covered driveway. A car, a dark, sensible sedan, its engine off, a quiet, patient shadow in the twilight. And I know, my mind, a chaotic mess of betrayal and grief and confusion, suddenly becomes still. The two discoveries of the day, Amelia's letter and Laurie's photograph, collide with this third, impossible piece of evidence. She knew who I was, and she drove back here, and she put this painting, this one, specific memory-drenched painting, in my driveway. This is not the act of a liar. This is not the act of a tragedy tourist. This is not pity. Pity is a bouquet of funereal lilies. Pity is a hushed, sympathetic murmur. Pity is the look in Hank's eyes this morning. This is something else entirely. This is a quiet, devastatingly accurate diagnosis. This is her, the doctor, looking at all the disparate, broken pieces of my life, and my art, and my grief, and showing me the one piece I had forgotten. The piece that was full of light. She's not just seeing the man who paints the wound. She's reminding me of the man who used to paint the sun. The rage I felt is gone. The shame is gone. All that's left is a terrifying, fragile, and absolutely undeniable hope. I don't know how long I stand there, staring at her car. A minute, an eternity. And then I start walking. Every step is a choice. A deliberate, conscious choice to walk away from the ghosts, away from the tomb I have built for myself, and toward the one person who has seen all of it and has not run. I reach her car. The windows are fogged from her breath. I can just make out her silhouette in the driver's seat, still and waiting. My hand is trembling as I reach for the handle. I open the door. The interior light clicks on, illuminating her face. Her eyes are wide, anxious, but they are steady. She is braced for my anger, for my rejection. She is ready for the walls. I don't give them to her. I look at her, at the woman who saw my pain and called it honest, at the woman who saw my past and brought me a piece of its forgotten light. My voice is a rough, broken thing, thick with 1,000 emotions I don't have names for. Come inside. It is not a command. It is a plea. Back in the cabin, the warmth is a shock after the biting cold. I close the door, shutting out the twilight, shutting out the world, shutting out everything but her. She stands just inside the doorway, the quilt I covered her with last night still on the armchair behind her, a silent witness. She is watching me, waiting. I don't have the words. I don't really know how to explain the tectonic shift that has just occurred in my soul. Don't know how to tell her about Amelia's letter, about the new, more terrible shape of my guilt, how to thank her for seeing a part of me I thought was dead. So I don't try. I take her hand. Her skin is icy cold from her vigil in the car. My hand, which is still warm from the fire, closes around hers. And I lead her. Not to the fire, not to a chair. I lead her past the angry painting on the easel, past the ghosts of Amelia's sketches on the wall. I lead her past the kitchen where she made hot chocolate, and the spot on the floor where we found a moment of life in the dark. I lead her to the one room that has been a sacred, untouched tomb for 3 years. The one place I have not allowed myself to enter. The one place that is still entirely Amelia's. I lead her to my bedroom.
Chapter 24. Lori. He leads me to his bedroom, and my feet, which have carried me through 12-hour traumas and across miles of unforgiving hospital linoleum, suddenly feel clumsy, leaden. My hand in his is a point of impossible, terrifying connection. This is not a choice I have diagnosed or analyzed. This is an impulse, a grand, illogical, and potentially catastrophic gesture, and I am following it to its conclusion. The room is not what I expect. It is not a chaotic artist's den, littered with canvases and empty bottles. It is a space preserved in amber. The bed, a simple, sturdy wooden frame, is neatly made, the dark blue comforter pulled taut, without a single wrinkle. A stack of books sits on the nightstand, perfectly aligned, a thin layer of dust covering the top one. The air is still, cold, and silent. It is not a room that is lived in. It is a room that is remembered in. A museum exhibit titled The Last Day. He stops just inside the doorway, his broad shoulders filling the frame. He doesn't let go of my hand, but I can feel the tension radiating from him, a high-frequency hum of doubt and fear. He is a man standing on the edge of a cliff, and he has just invited me to jump with him. Just so we're clear on the protocol here, I say, my voice becoming a low, shaky attempt at my usual clinical calm. This feels like a spectacularly bad idea. His thumb strokes the back of my hand, a slow, rough, comforting motion. He doesn't look in my direction. He looks at the neatly made bed, at the ghost that lives there. My entire life for the past 3 years has been a spectacularly bad idea, he murmurs, his voice a low, gravelly thing. This is the first one that doesn't feel lonely. The raw, unvarnished honesty of that statement quiets the screaming alarms in my head. My own loneliness, a chronic condition I have managed with a strict regimen of work and discipline, flares up in recognition. I know that feeling, that deep, aching solitude that no amount of success or control can cure. The clinical term for that is comorbidity, I whisper. He finally turns his head and stares at me, and in the dim gray light filtering through the single window, his green eyes are so full of a raw, weary vulnerability, it makes my heart ache. A small, sad, and impossibly beautiful smile touches his lips. Is there a prescription for that, doctor? The data is inconclusive, I reply, my own lips curving in a faint answering smile. But the anecdotal evidence suggests that this might help. The air between us is thick with unspoken things, the ghost of his wife, the lie of my own silence at the hotel, the brutal cold wall he erected between us this morning. It's a room full of landmines. He takes a step closer, his gaze searching mine. Lori, he begins, and the sound of my name is still a jolt, a beautiful, intimate shock. Is this okay, being in here? He's asking for permission, not for sex, for something more. He is asking for my permission to desecrate this tomb, to let a new life into this space that has been consecrated to death. He is asking me if I am willing to be the one who helps him do it. My own fear is a cold, metallic taste in the back of my throat. I am a doctor. I am a woman of science and order. This is not my field of expertise. I don't know the rules, Kenneth. I confess. The words a quiet surrender of the control I cling to so desperately. I'm making them up as I go. That seems to be the only answer he needs. He lifts his free hand, his fingers stained with the faint ghostly traces of charcoal, coming up to trace the line of my collarbone, just above the collar of my sweater. His touch is not the desperate, frantic grasp of last night. It is a question, a discovery. You have a beautiful clavicle, he murmurs, his gaze following the path of his fingers. Very structurally sound. A real, actual laugh bubbles up out of my chest, a sound of pure, startled delight. Did you just compliment my bone structure? I'm an artist, he says, a faint teasing light in his eyes. I appreciate good lines. He dips his head, his lips brushing against the spot his fingers just vacated. The soft scrape of his beard sends a shiver straight down my spine. And you, he whispers against my skin, are made of them. The banter is a fragile bridge, but it's sturdy enough to hold us. My hands, which know the precise, intricate architecture of a human heart, are suddenly clumsy. I lift them and place them on his chest, over the steady, heavy beat of his own heart. The flannel of his shirt is soft, worn. I can feel the warmth and solid muscle of him through it. And you, I say breathlessly, have a very regular heartbeat. For a man who lives on whiskey and existential angst. His smile widens. I'm full of surprises. He leans in, his forehead resting against mine, his gaze dropping to my mouth. Let me show you. The clothes come off slowly, piece by piece, a deliberate, reverent act of unveiling. He unhooks the front clasp of my bra with an artist's focused intensity, his eyes drinking in my breasts as they're freed. His thumb circles one nipple, coaxing it into a tight, aching peak. A gasp escapes my lips. Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
you'll find it waiting for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
He is the first to speak, his voice a low, rough whisper against my temple. Lori. I'm here, I whisper back. He is quiet for a long moment, the words he wants to say hanging heavy in the air. Instead, he pulls the heavy comforter up over our shoulders, tucking it around me, a gesture of pure, unadulterated care. He pulls me closer until my back is flush against his chest, his breath a warm, steady presence on my neck. I close my eyes. My body is a warm, heavy, boneless thing. My mind, at long last, is quiet. The alarms are silent. The endless stream of diagnoses and protocols has ceased. I am not a doctor. I am not a runaway. I am just here, in a quiet, dusty cabin, in the arms of a beautiful, broken man who is trying to rebuild his world, and I feel a perfect, terrifying contentment that has been a stranger my entire, controlled, predictable life. Chapter 25. Lori. I wake up to the color gray, not the flat, sterile gray of hospital walls, but a living, breathing gray, filtered through a dusty window pane and softened by the quiet of the woods. It takes my brain a full 10 seconds to process the input. The scent of pine and old paper, the unfamiliar weight of a heavy comforter, and the solid radiating heat of the man spooned against my back. Kenneth. My nervous system, usually a finely tuned machine of order and protocol, short circuits. Every cell in my body is on high alert, cataloging the sensation of his leg thrown over mine, the rough texture of his beard against my shoulder blade, the steady rhythm of his breath on my neck. Last night wasn't a fever dream. It was a conscious, deliberate dismantling of every wall I've ever built. I lie perfectly still, a specimen under my own microscope. Observation. Subject is experiencing a significant increase in heart rate. Skin is hypersensitive to external stimuli. Conclusion. Subject is catastrophically out of her depth. He shifts behind me, his arm tightening around my waist, pulling me more securely against his chest. He's still asleep. It's a possessive, unconscious gesture, and it sends a dangerous warmth spreading through my abdomen that has everything to do with the fact that it feels right, which is objectively insane. Carefully, I try to untangle myself. My mission is simple: get out of this bed, find my clothes, and create at least 3 feet of defensible space before he wakes up and we have to navigate the minefield of the morning after. But the moment I move, his grip tightens, and a low groan rumbles through his chest, vibrating against my spine. "Don't," he murmurs. His voice a thick, sleep gravelly thing. My entire body freezes. No, you weren't. You were executing a tactical retreat. His eyes are still closed, but a faint smirk plays on his lips. Mission aborted, Doctor. I relax back against him with a sigh, the attempt at self-preservation defeated. My professional opinion is that this situation is highly irregular. Your professional opinion can wait. He nuzzles his face into my neck, his beard scratching gently. Coffee first. Then we can discuss the irregularity of you being in my bed. The casual way he says it, my bed, as if it's a place that belongs to him again, and not to a memory, makes my breath catch. He untangles himself and sits up, the comforter falling to his waist, revealing the sharp, beautiful lines of his back and the silvery scars I noted last night. He doesn't seem self-conscious. He just stretches, a picture of lazy, masculine grace, before swinging his legs over the side of the bed. He stands and pulls on a pair of worn gray sweatpants that were discarded on the floor. I watch him, my medical brain cataloging the flex of muscle in his shoulders, the easy way he moves. My non-medical brain is just watching. "Stay put," he says, glancing over his shoulder. His green eyes are clear, holding none of the haunted shadows from yesterday. "For now. I'll bring it in. Unless you think the kitchen is a neutral zone for de-escalation." The banter is back, a fragile shield for both of us. "The kitchen is acceptable," I reply, pulling the comforter up to my chin. "But I'm reserving my right to a full post-event debriefing." He chuckles, a low, warm sound that feels out of place in this silent, somber room. Wouldn't expect anything less. He leaves and the room immediately feels colder, emptier. I hear him moving around in the other room, the clank of a cabinet, the rush of water in the pipes. I take the opportunity to gather my own clothes, my movements swift and efficient. Dressed in yesterday's sweater and jeans, I feel more like myself, the armor partially restored. When I step into the main room, the smell of strong, dark coffee fills the air. He's standing by the counter, his back to me, pouring the steaming liquid into 2 mismatched mugs. The scene is so domestic it's disorienting. "Black, right?" he asks without turning. "You seem like a no-frills, just give me the caffeine and nobody gets hurt kind of woman." "An astute diagnosis," I say, leaning against the doorframe. Is there anything you're not good at? Brooding, drawing, psychoanalyzing a woman's coffee preferences. He turns, and the smile on his face is small but genuine. It transforms him. I'm terrible at small talk, and I don't own a single piece of furniture made after 1980. He holds out a mug to me. So, there's that. I take it, my fingers brushing against his. The brief contact sends a jolt through me, a reminder of last night's much more intimate touches. His gaze flickers, and I know he feels it too. The air crackles with the unspoken memory. He pulls his hand back a little too quickly. Thank you, I murmur, taking a sip. The coffee is perfect, strong, hot, and bitter. We stand in silence for a moment, the chasm of what happened and what happens next yawning between us. He leans back against the counter, crossing his arms over his chest. It's a defensive posture, a stark contrast to the open, vulnerable man from the night before. The wall is being rebuilt, brick by careful brick. So, what's the verdict, Dr. Dixon? He raises his mug to his lips, his eyes watching me over the rim. Am I a flight risk, a danger to myself and others? Or just a garden variety disaster you stumbled across in the woods? The self-deprecation is a shield, thicker than the flannel he wore yesterday. I refuse to let him hide behind it. None of the above, I counter, my tone even. My preliminary assessment suggests you're a man who is allergic to letting anyone see him clearly. His arms tighten across his chest. And you're a woman who's allergic to not having the last word. Touché. I take another sip of coffee, letting the silence stretch. I'm not going to fill it for him. This is his space, his confession to make, if he chooses to. Finally, he lets out a suspended breath, the sound full of weariness. Before you finalize your diagnosis, he says, his tone shifting, all traces of banter gone. There's something you should see. Part of the patient history. My internal alarms, quiet since yesterday, begin to hum again. Okay. He nods toward the far corner of the room, where a large flat portfolio case is propped against a stack of canvases. Over there. I walk over, my boots making soft sounds on the wooden floor. I set my mug down and kneel, my heart beginning to pound a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. He doesn't follow. He watches me from the kitchen, his expression guarded, braced for impact. I unbuckle the straps of the portfolio and open it. It's full of sketchbooks, dozens of them, all different sizes, their covers worn. I pull out the one on top. My hands, usually so steady during surgery, feel clumsy. I open it to the first page. It's a sketch of a woman's hands, graceful and delicate, holding a pottery tool. The detail is breathtaking. I turn the page. It's her face, caught in profile, laughing at something outside the frame. Her hair is a wild cloud of curls, her eyes crinkled at the corners. Amelia. I look through the first book, then the second, and then a third. It's a life, documented in charcoal and ink. Amelia on the porch, Amelia sleeping, Amelia covered in clay, her face smudged and joyful. Every page is a love letter. I see her through his eyes, vibrant, beautiful, utterly adored. I'm not a doctor, looking at a case study of grief. I'm a woman, looking at a record of a great love. She was beautiful, Kenneth, I say, my voice softer than I intend. She was, he says from the kitchen. His voice is tight. I keep turning the pages. The sketches are chronological, I realize. As I get to the newer books, the images change. Amelia is still smiling, but she's thinner. She's often sitting or lying down. The last few drawings of her alive are just of her face on a pillow, her eyes closed, the lines of her face etched with a pain he couldn't hide, even in his art. Then the drawings stop. There are dozens of blank pages. I pick up the next book. The style is different, harsher. The lines are angry, jagged. It's a landscape. The woods outside this cabin, but twisted, nightmarish. The trees look like claws reaching for the sky. The next page is a shattered coffee mug. The next, a portrait of himself. But it's barely a face. Just a chaotic storm of black lines with two hollow, tormented eyes staring out. This is his grief. Raw, violent, and absolute. After she died, he says, his voice now a low rasp from right behind me. I hadn't even heard him approach. I couldn't draw her anymore. Every time I tried, my hands wouldn't work. It felt like a betrayal. To try and capture her from memory when she wasn't here to see it. So I drew the ugly things instead. I don't say anything. There are no words for this. No platitude, no diagnosis. I just keep turning the pages, bearing witness to his pain. Finally, I reach the last sketchbook in the portfolio. It's thinner than the others, newer. I open it, my breath held tight in my chest. The first dozen pages are blank. I almost close it, assuming it's empty. But then my fingers catch on the edge of the next page. I turn it, and I forget how to breathe. It's a drawing. Of my collarbone, the one he touched last night. A precise, elegant, anatomical sketch of my clavicle and the delicate hollow of my throat. It's rendered with the same reverence, the same intimate attention to detail as the first drawings of his wife. Underneath it, in his sharp, slanted handwriting, is a single word. Lori. My head snaps up, and I turn to look at him. He's standing over me, his face a mask of raw, terrifying vulnerability. He's given me the map of his heart, from its greatest love to its deepest devastation. And he's just shown me that he's drawn a new line on it. Kenneth, I whisper, the single word holding a universe of questions. He swallows hard, his gaze locked on mine. She left me a letter, he says, the words rough as if torn from his throat. She told me to keep making beautiful things. For 3 years, I've done nothing but break that promise. I felt like if I moved on, if I created something new, it would mean I was forgetting her. His guilt is a physical presence in the room, heavy and suffocating. I didn't just lose her, he confesses, his voice cracking. I lost myself. The man who could see beauty in the world. He gestures with a shaky hand toward the sketchbook in my lap. That's the first thing I've drawn. The first thing that hasn't felt like a ghost. I drew it this morning, before you woke up. My heart aches. A deep, painful throb in my chest. I look from his tormented face back to the sketchbooks filled with Amelia's vibrant life. Her smile, her passion, all of it captured, preserved in these pages, hidden away in a dusty portfolio. He thinks he buried his art, but he buried hers too. I reach out, not to touch him, but to touch the paper. My finger gently traces the outline of Amelia's laughing face in one of the earlier drawings. The charcoal is smooth under my skin. You didn't bury her talent, Kenneth, I say, my gaze lifting to meet his, my voice clear and certain. You preserved it. All this life, this joy, it's still here. You just have to be the one to show it to the world. He stares at me, his emerald eyes wide, a flicker of something I can't quite name. Shock, confusion, maybe a spark of hope, igniting in their depths. The air shifts, the crushing weight of the past lifting, just for a second, replaced by the terrifying, brilliant light of a new possibility. I can practically see the idea taking root in his mind, a seed planted in scorched earth, threatening to grow. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers. Friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiance. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 26. Kenneth. Her words land in the silent room not like a gentle suggestion, but like a demolition crew taking a wrecking ball to a condemned building. You just have to be the one to show it to the world. For 3 years I have existed in a state of suspended animation. I've treated this cabin as a sanctuary, a tomb, a place to preserve a perfect, painful memory. I've curated my grief like it was my last great masterpiece. And this woman, this brilliant, pragmatic, infuriatingly perceptive woman, has just walked in, taken a cursory look around, and pointed out that I'm not the curator. I'm the security guard on duty in a museum that has been closed for years. The absurdity of it, the sheer, simple, impossible truth of it, makes a bitter laugh bubble up in my chest. Oh, is that all? I get to my feet, the motion jerky, fueled by a surge of agitated energy. I start pacing, the worn floorboards creaking under my weight. Just like that, snap my fingers and arrange a major posthumous retrospective for an artist the world has already forgotten? Why didn't I think of that? It's so simple. Lori doesn't flinch at my sarcasm. She remains kneeling on the floor, surrounded by the evidence of my wife's life and my own paralysis, looking completely unmoved. She carefully closes the sketchbook in her lap and sets it aside before rising with a slow, deliberate grace that only highlights my own frantic energy. I never said it was simple, Kenneth. She picks up her coffee mug, her gaze steady on me. I said it was the work. There's a difference. One is an impossible fantasy. The other is a series of logistical steps that you are perfectly capable of taking. Logistical steps? I stop pacing and turn on her, my hands gesturing wildly. We're not talking about scheduling a goddamn oil change, Lori. This is Amelia's soul, splashed across paper and canvas. You want me to box it up, slap a price tag on it, and let a bunch of wine-sipping critics pass judgment on it? Yes, she says, without a flicker of hesitation. That's exactly what I want. Because the alternative is letting it all rot in this cabin with you. Which option do you think she would have preferred? Her question hits me with the force of a punch, knocking the caustic anger right out of me. It's a direct hit. A kill shot. Because we both know the answer. Amelia, my vibrant, fearless Amelia, would have been horrified by this quiet, dusty shrine. She wanted her art to be seen, to be argued over, to live and breathe in the world. Her letter. I've been burying her every single day for 3 years. Defeated, I drag a hand over my face, the rasp of my beard a rough, grounding sound. I don't even know who to call. My old agent, Genevieve. She probably thinks I'm dead. I think you should call her. Lori's tone is practical, clinical. She's shifting from emotional support to project manager, and the transition is so seamless it's dizzying. Yeah, my phone. I have no idea where it is. Let's find it. She sets her mug down with a decisive click. Where did you last see it? The late Pleistocene, I think, I mutter, starting to rummage through a pile of books and old mail on the mantelpiece. I don't use it. Nobody calls. Well, you're about to, she says, starting her own methodical search on the kitchen counter. The next 10 minutes are a strange, almost comical scavenger hunt. We move around the small space, a weirdly domestic team. I'm a chaotic force, knocking over stacks of paper and checking under dusty furniture. Lori is a surgeon, precise and efficient, her sharp eyes scanning every surface. She's the one who finds it, of course, wedged between the cushions of the worn armchair. "Found the fossil," she announces, holding it up. It's an old model, the screen dark. "It's dead," I state, the excuse ready on my tongue. Another obstacle. Maybe this is a sign. Lori just raises a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. "They make things for that. They're called chargers." She spots the cord, a tangled black mess on a bookshelf, and plugs it into the wall, then connects the phone. Now we wait. We wait. The silence is thick with the weight of what's about to happen. I watch the blank screen of the phone like it's a bomb about to go off. My heart is hammering against my ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. I can't do this. I can't make that call. It makes it real. As if sensing my internal spiral, Lori walks over to the portfolio and pulls out one of the early sketchbooks. She opens it to a drawing of Amelia, her face alight with joy as she works at her pottery wheel. "Tell me about this one," she says, her voice quiet. I look at the drawing, and the memory is so vivid it hurts. That was the day she got the kiln. We spent all our savings on it, ate ramen for 3 months. She was so happy she cried, said it felt like she finally had a real studio. Lori's finger traces the edge of the page. She looks electric. She was. The words are a painful lump in my throat. The phone screen flickers to life, displaying a low battery symbol. It's enough. My stomach plummets. There are no more excuses. I walk over to the phone on stiff, robotic legs. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely unplug it. I scroll through my contacts, my thumb hovering over the name. Genevieve Delacroix. My agent. Amelia's agent. Our friend. I press the call button before I can lose my nerve. Lori moves to stand beside me, not touching, but her presence is a solid wall at my back. The phone rings once. Twice. My blood is roaring in my ears. I'm about to hang up when the call connects. "Hello?" Her voice is the same, crisp, professional, with a faint French accent. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. My throat is welded shut. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Lori's hand finds mine, her fingers lacing through my own. Her touch is a jolt of electricity, a silent command. "Speak." "Jen," I manage, my voice a broken, gravelly thing I don't recognize. It's Kenneth." The silence on the other end of the line is absolute. I can picture her in her sleek white gallery in Soho, her perfectly styled silver hair, the shock on her face. For a moment, I think she's hung up. "Kenneth?" she finally whispers, the single word full of 3 years of shock and worry and hurt. "My God, is it really you?" "It's me. Where have you been? Are you okay? For months, I tried to find you. I know. I'm sorry. I look at Lori, at her calm, steady eyes, and find the strength to continue. "I'm okay, and I'm calling for a reason. I want to do a show." I can hear her sharp intake of breath, the hope that flares in it. "Kenneth, that's wonderful. Of course, anything. We can start immediately. I have a slot in the spring." "No," I cut her off, the word coming out harder than I intend. "Not my work." I take a deep breath, Lori's hand tightening on mine. "I want to do a show for Amelia." The silence returns, but this time it's different. It's heavier, saturated with memory and grief. When Genevieve speaks again, her voice is thick with unshed tears. "Oh, Kenny." She rarely used that name. "Of course, it would be an honor." I hear a soft sob, quickly muffled. "Her work, it deserves to be seen. It always did." "I know," I whisper. "We'll talk details later. I had to tell you." Yes, of course. Call me tomorrow. Call me anytime." "I will. Goodbye, Jen." I hang up the phone, my entire body trembling with the aftershock of the conversation. I did it. I set it in motion. The first step. The tectonic plate has shifted. I look around the cabin, at the dust motes dancing in the gray light, at the neatly made bed, at the ghost of the life I've been clinging to so desperately. It's not a sanctuary. It's a cage. The art doesn't belong here. And suddenly, with a certainty that shakes me to my very foundation, I know that I don't either. I turn to Lori, the architect of this earthquake. Her eyes are soft, full of an understanding that I've only just begun to grasp myself. I can't stay here, I say, the words feeling like the truest thing I've spoken in years. Not anymore. My gaze locks on hers, and the world narrows to this single terrifying point. Can I come with you?
Chapter 27. Lori. My apartment is my sanctuary, a minimalist steel and glass testament to order in a chaotic world. The color palette is a soothing gradient of gray, beige, and white. Every surface is clean. Every object has a designated place. It is a space designed for decompression, a sterile field for the mind after 12 hours of being elbow-deep in the messy, unpredictable trauma of the human body. Or it was. I push open my front door, the scent of antiseptic hospital clinging to my scrubs, every muscle in my body screaming a litany of complaint after a brutal shift. A multi-car pileup on the interstate, a pediatric code that ended the wrong way, the usual smorgasbord of human fragility. My brain is a static-filled radio, and all I want is silence and the crisp, cool sheets of my perfectly made bed. What I get is the warm, rich scent of garlic and basil. And a man. Kenneth is standing in the middle of my living room, which currently looks less like a sanctuary and more like a creative bomb went off inside it. His sketchbooks are fanned out across my glass coffee table, a fine layer of charcoal dust coating a surface I literally polished this morning. A half-empty mug of what was once coffee sits precariously close to the edge of my white sofa. He's wearing a paint-stained t-shirt and a pair of jeans, barefoot on my pristine hardwood floor, and he's staring intently at my ficus tree in the corner, a pencil tucked behind his ear. He is a glorious, vibrant, chaotic disruption to my every carefully curated system. "Good evening," I announce, dropping my keys into the designated ceramic bowl by the door with a loud clatter. I see my apartment has been colonized by a charming but apparently feral woodland creature. He turns, and the intense focus on his face melts into a slow, easy smile that hits me right in the sternum. My fatigue doesn't stand a chance against it. "Welcome home," he says, voice a low rumble that feels like it belongs here now. "I made you pasta. Is that what the feral woodland creatures are doing these days? We're evolving." "It depends. Did you forage for these ingredients in my meticulously organized pantry, or did you hunt them in the wilds of the grocery store?" I ask, kicking off my shoes and padding toward the kitchen. The kitchen is somehow even more chaotic. There's a dusting of flour on the counter, a pot simmering on the stove, and an open bottle of red wine. But through the mess, I can see he's made a bolognese from scratch. The evidence is in the finely diced vegetables, and the rich, complex aroma filling the air. No man who lives on whiskey and angst is supposed to know how to do this. "A little of both," he admits, following me in and leaning against the doorframe, his arms crossed. The posture is casual, but his eyes are tracking my every move, gauging my reaction. The grocery store was an experience. Did you know there are 16 different kinds of olive oil? It feels excessive. There are functional differences in smoke points and flavor profiles, I recite automatically. It's not excessive, it's precise. "Right, of course it is." A playful glint enters his eyes. Says the woman whose spice rack is alphabetized. My head whips around. "How do you know my spice rack is alphabetized?" "I was looking for oregano. It was a whole journey. Anise, Basil? Caraway? I was beginning to think you were some kind of secret agent, leaving coded messages in your herbs. The only message is that I value order. I open a cabinet and pull out a wine glass, something you seem to be constitutionally opposed to. I'm not opposed to order, he counters, pushing off the doorframe and coming closer. He takes the bottle of wine and pours me a generous glass. I just think it's a creative constraint. You can't discover anything new if you already know where everything is. He hands me the glass, his fingers brushing mine. The contact is brief, but it's enough to send a familiar current through my veins. This is our new normal. This strange push and pull dance in the small space of my apartment. We've been living like this for a week of him sleeping on my couch, a week of navigating the grocery store like it's a diplomatic mission, a week of me coming home to find some new, beautiful disruption in my space. One night, I came home to find he'd rearranged my throw pillows by color gradient. Another, he was sketching my face from across the room while I read a medical journal, his gaze so intense I could feel it on my skin. He's learning my routines, and I'm learning the shape of his quiet, creative energy. It's an awkward, beautiful, and utterly terrifying courtship. I take a long sip of wine, the rich liquid a balm on my frayed nerves. The day's trauma is sitting heavy on my shoulders. We lost the child from the pileup, a 6-year-old girl with pigtails and a pink coat. I did everything right, followed every protocol, and it wasn't enough. The clinical detachment I usually rely on for protection is failing me tonight. Rough day? Kenneth asks, his voice softening. He sees it. Of course, he sees it. An artist who spent 3 years drawing his own grief knows how to recognize it in someone else. I just nod, not trusting my voice. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to give it words and let it take up space in the air between us. Go sit down, he orders gently. Dinner's ready. I do as I'm told, sinking into a chair at my small dining table. He serves the pasta, and it's incredible. We eat in a comfortable silence, the only sounds the clinking of our forks. He doesn't push. He doesn't pry or offer empty platitudes. He just sits with me. His presence a solid, reassuring anchor in the storm of my thoughts. After dinner, when I start to clear the plates, he stops me. Leave it, he says. I have a better idea. Go to the bathroom. I raise an eyebrow. Is that an order, Corbin? A very strong suggestion from a concerned roommate? He smirks. Just go. Wary but intrigued, I head down the hall to my bathroom. I push open the door and stop dead. The room is filled with steam. He's lit the lavender-scented candle I keep for decoration, but have never actually used. And he's drawn me a bath, the water steaming and dotted with the Epsom salts I keep under the sink for sore muscles. My throat tightens. No one has ever done this for me. My entire life has been about being the caregiver, the one who anticipates needs and provides solutions. The idea of being on the receiving end of such simple, profound care is so foreign, it feels like a different language. I turn to find him leaning in the doorway behind me, a stack of clean, fluffy towels in his arms. I figured your muscles could use a soak, he says, his gaze soft and searching, and your brain could use a break. Tears prick my eyes, hot and unwelcome. I quickly blink them away. You didn't have to do this. I know. He steps into the bathroom and sets the towels on the counter. I wanted to. He reaches out, his thumb gently brushing under my eye, wiping away a tear that escaped. Let me take care of you, Lori, just for tonight. The raw sincerity in his voice undoes me. I give him a small, shaky nod. He helps me undress, his hands slow and reverent, as if he's unwrapping something precious. When I'm naked, he doesn't gaze at me with the raw hunger he had in the cabin. He looks at me with a tenderness that makes my bones ache. He helps me into the tub, the hot water a blessed relief against my skin, He kneels on the bath mat beside the tub. Lean back. I do, resting my head against the cool porcelain. He picks up a cup and begins pouring warm water over my shoulders, my hair. He finds the shampoo and lathers it in his hands before working his fingers through my hair, massaging my scalp. My eyes drift shut. It's the most intimate thing I have ever experienced. More intimate than sex. It's an act of pure service, of selfless care. I'm not used to this. I whisper, my voice thick. Being taken care of. Get used to it, he murmurs, his hands gentle but firm. After he rinses my hair, he just rests his arms on the tub, watching me. The steam swirls around us, creating a private, hazy world. Better? He asks. Much. I open my eyes and look at him. Thank you, Kenneth. Anytime. A playful impulse, one I haven't felt in years, bubbles up. I scoop up a handful of water and splash his face. He blinks, water dripping from his beard. A look of mock outrage on his face. Oh, it's like that, is it? It's exactly like that, I tease, a real laugh escaping me. In a flash, he's shedding his t-shirt and jeans. Well, if you're going to start a water fight, I'm not going to be at a disadvantage. He climbs into the tub with me, his larger body displacing a tidal wave of water onto the floor. The tub is a snug fit, my back pressed against his chest, my legs tangled with his. He wraps his arms around me, his hands settling on my stomach in the warm water.
Well, that escalated fast. And unfortunately, escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version.
That's ready for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VixAvaughnRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount.
His phone, which has been silent on the nightstand, suddenly buzzes to life. The screen illuminates his face, casting it in a pale blue light. He glances at it, his body instantly going still. I feel the muscles in his chest and arm tense beneath me. What is it? I ask, lifting my head. He's staring at the phone, his jaw tight. It's Genevieve. He lets out a long breath, as if steeling himself, and answers it, putting it on speaker. What's up, Jen? What's up, Jen, me? A woman's voice crackles through the phone, sharp and fast-paced. I've been trying to reach you. Where have you been? Busy, he says, his eyes meeting mine in the dark. Well, get unbusy, she snaps. Joey King is on the line, as in the Joey King from Artforum. She caught wind of the Amelia Corbin show, and she wants an exclusive preview. She's talking a cover story, Kenneth. The pressure is on. What do I tell her?
Chapter 28. Kenneth. The name Joey King flashes on my phone's screen, Genevieve's voice still crackling on the speakerphone, sharp and frantic. She wants an exclusive preview. She's talking about a cover story, Kenneth. The pressure is on. What do I tell her? I lie back against Lori's pillows, the scent of lavender and her all around me. I feel her arm draped over my waist, her body a warm, solid line against my side. The tension in the room is a stark contrast to the peace I felt just moments ago. I glance at Lori. Her eyes are open in the dim light, watchful. She doesn't say anything, just looks at me, waiting. She knows what this means. She, more than anyone, understands the principles I'm wrestling with. Kenneth? Did you hear me? Genevieve's voice is a shrill slice of panic. This is the Joey King. She can make or break this entire thing before the doors even open. I take a breath. I look at Lori again, and a quiet, unshakable certainty settles in my chest. I'm done letting other people dictate Amelia's legacy. I'm done playing the game. No, I say, my voice calm and final. No? What do you mean, no? Are you clinically insane? Genevieve sounds like she's about to hyperventilate. The show opens on Friday, for everyone. If Joey King wants to see it, she can wait in line with the art students and the tourists. This isn't a backroom deal, Jen. It's a celebration. That's final. Beside me, I feel Lori's body shake in a silent, suppressed laugh. Her fingers squeeze my side, a jolt of pure, unadulterated support. You are going to be the death of me, Kenneth Corbin! Genevieve shrieks. My career is flashing before my eyes. I'm going to go tell the most powerful critic in North America that you said she can wait in line. This is fine. Everything is fine. The line clicks dead. I set the phone down on the nightstand and turn to Lori. The room is quiet again. Just the hum of the city outside her window. She's looking at me, her expression a mix of amusement and something else. Something that looks a whole lot like pride. You, she says, propping herself up on her elbow, are an absolute menace. I'm an idealist, I correct her, pulling her down for a kiss. You're infuriating, she whispers against my mouth. And you're lucky I find that strangely compelling. Get used to it, I murmur, and kiss her again, the outside world and its circus of critics fading to nothing. The 3 days between that phone call and the opening night are a special kind of hell. They're a blur of logistics, last-minute lighting adjustments, and Genevieve pacing the gallery floor, wringing her hands and muttering about career suicide and arrogant artists. Joey King's office apparently did not take the news well. They promised a review, but warned it would be unbiased, a word they managed to make sound like a death threat. I don't care. I'm running on caffeine and a strange, manic energy. I spend my days at the gallery, overseeing the final painstaking installations, and my nights at Lori's, where she force-feeds me microwavable pasta and listens to me rant about the exact shade of gray on the gallery walls. She is my anchor, the only calm, logical part of my world. Now, standing in the center of the gallery, I'm finally wearing the suit I hate. The tie is a silken garret, and I'm actively resisting the urge to rip it from my neck. I hate suits. They feel like a costume for a person I don't want to be. Someone polished. Someone who belongs in rooms that smell like expensive perfume and quiet money. Stop fidgeting, Lori says from the doorway. You look like a penguin having a seizure. I glare at her reflection in the full-length mirror. She's leaning against the frame, a vision in an emerald green dress that hugs every curve and makes her skin look like warm honey. An amused, impossibly fond smile plays on her lips. I don't fidget. Your left shoulder has been twitching for 10 minutes, and you've straightened that homicidal tie at least a dozen times. You are the dictionary definition of fidgeting. She walks toward me, her heels clicking softly on the hardwood floor. She reaches up and gently swats my hands away from my collar. Leave it alone. You look distinguished. Distinguished is another word for old. No, she counters, her fingers expertly adjusting the knot of the tie, her touch sending a low hum of electricity through my skin. Distinguished means you look like you own the place, which, tonight, you kind of do. She smooths the lapels of my jacket, her eyes meeting mine in the mirror. Are you ready for this? The question is simple, but the weight behind it is immense. Am I ready to hand Amelia's soul over to a room full of strangers? Am I ready to stand there while they dissect her pain and call it art? No, I admit, my voice rougher than I intend. But it's time. I think back to the call, the pressure to give that critic, Joey King, a private showing. I remember the firmness in my own voice as I refused. This night isn't for the elite. It isn't for the gatekeepers. It's for Amelia. And it's for everyone. Lori's expression softens with understanding. You did the right thing, you know, turning down that critic. She would have hated that, I say, the words slipping out before I can stop them. The backroom deals. The idea that one person's opinion is worth more than everyone else's. I know. She gives my chest a final reassuring pat. That's why tonight is a celebration of her, not a transaction. You've honored her, Kenneth. Now all you have to do is breathe. She turns to leave the room and I catch her wrist. She looks back at me, a question in her eyes. I don't have the words for the tidal wave of gratitude, of sheer dumbfounded awe I feel for this woman. She walked into my life during a blizzard and somehow she's become the calm eye of my hurricane. So instead of speaking, I pull her to me, my hand sliding to the small of her back. I dip my head and kiss her. It's not a kiss of frantic passion like in the cabin, or of gentle comfort like in the bath. It's a kiss of pure, unadulterated need. It says, stay with me. It says, don't let me get lost in there tonight. She melts against me, her hands coming up to caress my jaw, and for a long moment, the sterile, silent house is the only thing that exists. When we finally break apart, she rests her forehead against mine. I'm not going anywhere, she whispers, as if she's read my mind. The gallery is a roaring beast. The din of 100 conversations, the clinking of champagne glasses, and the relentless flash of a few stray cameras from the press line create a sensory assault. I feel my shoulders tense, my hands itching to be in my pockets, but I keep them at my sides. I'm a statue, a host, the grieving husband who curated a masterpiece. It's a role I play with grim determination. Genevieve finds me immediately, her eyes wide with a mixture of panic and exhilaration. It's a madhouse. Joey King is here. She's standing by rage as a 4-letter word, and her expression is completely unreadable. My stomach is in knots. Let it be in knots, I say calmly. Her opinion doesn't matter tonight. Genevieve looks at me like I've just sprouted a second head. Are you kidding me? Her opinion is the only one that... No, Jen, I cut her off, my gaze sweeping the room, the crowd of faces. Look, their opinions matter. I watch a young woman with bright pink hair standing in front of one of Amelia's final pieces, a chaotic, furious swirl of black and violet. The girl isn't just looking at it, she's absorbing it. There are tears tracking through her mascara. A few feet away, an older couple is holding hands, whispering to each other as they study a smaller, more hopeful canvas from Amelia's early years. This is it. This is what I bled for, what I fought for. It's not grief I feel as I watch them. The sharp, jagged edges of that pain have been worn smooth. What's left is a deep, resonant hum of pride. It's a feeling of completion, of a final promise kept. They see you, Ames. They finally, truly see you. My eyes search the swirling crowd for the one person I need to see. I find her. She's standing with my parents. The sight stops my breath. My father, a man who communicates primarily through gruff one-liners and discussions about the stock market, is talking to her, a broad, genuine smile on his face. My mother, always so reserved, so cautious with her affection, has her hand on Laurie's arm, laughing at something she said. Laurie is luminous. She holds her champagne flute with an easy grace, her head tilted as she listens to my mother. She isn't performing. She isn't trying to fit in. She just does. She belongs here in this complicated, messy corner of my life more than anyone ever has. Amelia and my parents orbited each other with a polite, chilly distance. But Laurie, she's pure warmth. She's the sun. She is my anchor in this new, uncertain world. The thought is so clear, so absolute, it startles me. She isn't just someone I'm with. She's someone I'm building a life with. I start moving toward them, a feeling I can only describe as hope blooming in my chest. I have to get to her. I have to touch her, to pull her away and tell her everything. A voice, slick and cold as oil on water, stops me in my tracks. Quite the spectacle you've orchestrated, Corbin. I turn slowly. Julian Croft. His cadaverously thin frame is draped in a black suit so pretentious it probably has its own manifesto. His smile is a thin, bloodless slash in his pale face, He was Amelia's contemporary, a rival who cloaked his searing professional jealousy in condescending critiques. "Julian," I acknowledge, my tone flat, "I'm surprised you'd grace a commercial venture like this with your presence." "Oh, I had to witness the myth-making firsthand," he says, taking a delicate sip from his flute. His gaze sweeps over the attendees with undisguised contempt. "You've managed to turn Amelia's primal scream into a pleasant evening out for the bourgeoisie, a remarkable feat of branding." The muscles in my jaw tighten. Her work is finally getting the recognition it deserves. "Recognition or sanitization?" he counters, his eyes glittering with malice. "You've hung her pain on these pristine white walls and invited the very corporate vampires she despised to come and bid on it. It's a grotesque perversion of everything she stood for. Every word is a precision strike, aimed at the tiny seed of doubt I've spent months trying to kill." "You have no idea what she stood for," I say, growling. "Oh, I think I do," he hisses, stepping closer. "I knew the Amelia who would have thrown paint on half the people in this room. The one who believed art was a weapon, not a decorative asset. The woman you claim to be honoring would have torched this gallery before she let you turn her legacy into a goddamn auction." His words are a venomous whisper, and for a terrifying second, they ring with a sliver of truth. I feel a chill creep up my spine. It's then that he spots Lori, who has noticed the confrontation and is now making her way toward me, her beautiful face etched with concern. Julian's cruel smile widens. He watches her approach like a predator watching its prey. "Ah, and I see the grief has been managed with a convenient replacement," he says, his voice loud enough for the people nearby to turn and stare. He gives Lori a slow, insulting once-over as she reaches my side. "Tell me, is the new model less volatile?" The air crackles. I feel Lori's hand on my arm, a silent, grounding pressure. But my entire being is coiled into a singular violent impulse to smash the smug, superior look off Julian Croft's face. I take a breath, the oxygen burning in my lungs. "Get out, Julian. Now." He lets out a low, theatrical chuckle, savoring the moment. He knows he struck a nerve. He knows he's poisoned the well. "Don't worry. I'm leaving," he says, setting his empty glass down on a passing tray. He leans in, his voice morphing into a conspiratorial, poisonous whisper meant only for me. "I just wanted to tell you that I knew Amelia, the real one, not this tragic saint you've sold to the world." He straightens up, his cold eyes flicking from my face to Lori's, and then back again. "She would hate this."
Chapter 29. Lori. I see the shift before I even reach them. It's a subtle change in the atmosphere, a vortex of tension in the otherwise breezy gallery. Kenneth's entire posture is a defensive line, shoulders back, jaw tight, his hands fisted at his sides. He looks like a soldier bracing for impact. The man he's talking to is tall and thin, a vulture in a bespoke suit, and his smile is a thing of premeditated cruelty. I pick up my pace, my heels clicking a sharp, urgent rhythm against the polished concrete floor. I arrive just as the man finishes speaking, his voice a low, poisonous hiss. I don't catch the words, but I see their effect. They land like a physical strike, a cheap shot aimed right at Kenneth's heart. And I see the control he's exerting not to react. My hand lands on his forearm, and I feel the coiled rage trembling beneath his skin. It's a testament to his restraint that he hasn't already sent this man's perfectly capped teeth skittering across the floor. "Kenneth?" I ask, my voice calm, a deliberate counterpoint to the venom in the air. The vulture's eyes, cold and reptilian, flick to me. He gives me a slow, demeaning once-over, dismissing me as nothing more than a new accessory. "Ah, and I see the grief has been managed with a convenient replacement," he says, his tone dripping with condescension. "Tell me, is the new model less volatile?" The insult is so blatant, so designed to provoke, that it's almost laughable. but I see the muscle in Kenneth's jaw leap. The rage under my fingers intensifies, a low-level tremor threatening to become an earthquake. This is the moment, the breaking point. The man is holding a lit match to a barrel of gasoline, and I'm just hoping I can defuse it before the whole room goes up in flames. "You need to leave for real," Kenneth grinds out, his voice a low, dangerous growl that vibrates through my hand. The man Julian seems to feed on this, his smirk widening. He straightens up, his work done. He looks from Kenneth's stony face to mine, a triumphant glitter in his eyes. And suddenly, something incredible happens. I feel the tremor in Kenneth's arm cease. He takes a long, slow breath, and the tension doesn't just dissipate, it transforms. The rage cools, solidifying into something else entirely. Something calm. Something certain. He turns his head just enough to look at Julian, and his eyes are not the stormy gray of a man about to lose control. They are clear, grounded. He looks at this ghost from the past not as a threat, but as an irrelevance. "You're right," Kenneth says, his voice even and measured. The quiet confidence in it is more powerful than any shout. Julian's smug expression falters, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. This isn't the reaction he was banking on. Kenneth continues, his gaze unwavering. "She would have hated the attention. The crowds, the critics, the whole circus." He gestures vaguely to the room around them. "She would have called it a monument to everything she was fighting against." Julian's mouth opens, ready with another barb, but Kenneth doesn't give him the chance. "But," Kenneth adds, and the word hangs in the air, sharp and definitive. He looks past Julian, his eyes scanning the faces of the people captivated by Amelia's art. She would have loved that they finally saw her. Not the idea of her, not the tragic myth, just her, her work, her soul, right there on the canvas. He looks back at Julian, and there is not an ounce of anger left in him, only a kind of profound, unshakable peace. "You only ever saw her as your competition, Julian. You never really saw her at all." Without another word, Kenneth takes my hand. His fingers intertwine with mine, his grip firm and warm and real. He turns his back on the speechless man and leads me away. We walk through the heart of the crowd, a silent, united front. I can feel dozens of eyes on us, but I don't care. I've never been prouder of anyone in my entire life. He didn't just win an argument, he won his freedom. We don't stop until we reach the exit. He pushes the door open, and the cool night air is a welcome shock to my system. We stand on the sidewalk, the city noise a distant hum, the gallery's bright, warm light spilling out behind us. "Are you okay?" I ask, my thumb stroking the back of his hand. He looks down at our joined hands, then up at me. A slow, genuine smile spreads across his face, reaching all the way to his eyes. It's the first time I've seen him look truly, completely unburdened. "I'm better than okay, Lori," he says, his voice thick with a new kind of emotion. "I think I'm free." The drive back to my apartment is quiet, but it's a silence humming with energy. He keeps my hand in his, resting it on the center console. Every so often, his thumb traces circles over my knuckles. It's not a gesture of comfort anymore. It's a statement, an acknowledgement. The door clicks shut behind us, and the sound is a final, definitive seal. We are in my apartment, my space, but it feels like we've just entered a world that belongs only to the two of us. We stand in the entryway, bathed in the soft, warm glow of the lamp I always leave on. The city hums on the other side of the walls, but in here, there is only a profound, vibrating silence. He turns to me, his hands coming up to cup my face, and the calloused warmth of his palms against my skin is an anchor. His eyes search mine, and what I see there makes my breath catch in my throat. The ghosts are gone. The guilt, the grief, The bleak, haunted shadows that have clung to him since the moment I crashed into his life, they've all receded. All that's left is him, Kenneth, clear and present and looking at me like I'm the only fixed point in his universe. "Thank you," he murmurs, his thumb stroking my cheekbones in slow, deliberate circles. "For what?" I whisper, my own hands finding his waist, gripping the soft fabric of his shirt. "I didn't do anything." "You did everything," he corrects me, his gaze so intense it feels like a physical touch. "You stood by me. You didn't try to fix me, you just saw me." He leans in and kisses me. It's not a kiss of desperation or of comfort. It's a kiss of pure, unadulterated celebration. A culmination. All the push and pull, the bickering over coffee and alphabetized spices, the tentative steps we've taken toward each other. It all ignites in this single perfect point of contact. My arms snake around his neck, my fingers threading in the thick, soft hair at his nape. I pull him closer, my body pressing flush against his, deepening the kiss, my tongue meeting his in a slick, wanting dance. This isn't about escaping the past or numbing pain. This is about claiming a future. This is about us. I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.com.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
He traces idle patterns on my bare arm, his touch sending little shivers across my skin. For a long time, we just lie there, breathing in the silence, letting the reality of this new beginning settle over us. "I have one more piece for the show," he murmurs against my hair, his voice a sleepy, contented rumble. I lift my head, propping myself up on an elbow to look at him. "Oh yeah? Did you hide it from me?" A small secret smile plays on his lips. He reaches out, tucking a stray curl behind my ear. "It's not finished yet. It's a work in progress." "What is it?" I ask, my curiosity piqued. His eyes meet mine, and they are so full of hope, it nearly brings me to tears all over again. It's called After the Storm.
Chapter 30. Kenneth. 1 year later, the fire crackles in the hearth, a cheerful, spitting counterpoint to the quiet of the cabin. A year ago, this same quiet was a suffocating thing, thick with ghosts and the smell of stale grief. Tonight, it's a comfortable silence, filled with the scent of pine from the ridiculously oversized Christmas tree and the low, contented hum of the woman curled up on the sofa across from me. I watch Lori over the rim of my whiskey glass. She's meticulously untangling a string of fairy lights, her brow furrowed in the same intense concentration she probably uses to set a bone in the ER. Her tongue is peeking out from the corner of her mouth. She has no idea she does it. It's one of the 1,000 tiny things about her that I've cataloged, memorized, and fallen in love with. On the stone mantelpiece above the fire, 2 stockings hang side by side. One is a simple red velvet one I've had for years. The other is new, a deep forest green, with the letter L stitched in gold thread. My handiwork. Lori called it rustic and charming, which is her polite, doctorly way of saying it's a little crooked. If you stare at that string of lights any harder, you're going to set it on fire with your mind, I say, breaking the silence. She looks up, her expression a perfect mask of exasperation. "This is your fault. I said we should get the pre-lit tree, the practical, orderly, sane option. But no. Mr. Authentic Artistic Experience had to have a 12-foot behemoth that required a chainsaw and a team of Sherpas to get into the house." "It's a noble fur," I correct her, taking a slow sip of whiskey. "It has character. Your pre-lit trees are soulless plastic husks. My soulless plastic husks don't come with a pound of tangled wire that has apparently been cursed by a malevolent spirit, she retorts, holding up a knotted clump of lights that defies the laws of physics. I get up from my armchair and walk over to the sofa, sitting down beside her. I take the tangled mess from her hands. My larger, more patient fingers begin to work at the knots. It's a familiar dance. She gets frustrated by the chaos. I find the pattern within it. You know, I murmur, my head bent over my task. The legal battle with Amelia's parents was less complicated than this. I feel her shift beside me, her shoulder pressing against mine. The legal fight was a 6-month nightmare, but we faced it together. She sat beside me through every deposition, her calm, logical presence a shield against their lawyers' venomous questions. She held me on the days when their accusations felt like fresh wounds. We won. Not just the case, but something more. We proved that what I was building wasn't an erasure of the past, but an honest attempt to honor it while daring to build a future. They sent you a Christmas card, you know, she says quietly. My hands still. I look at her. Amelia's parents? She nods. They came to the apartment yesterday. Just a simple card. A picture of a snowy landscape. Inside it just said, "We saw the show. It was beautiful. Thank you." The words land in my chest, heavy and warm. It's not forgiveness, not exactly, but it's a kind of peace. An end to the war. The show is beautiful, I say, my voice sounding a little thick. I look at her, because of the last piece. Her cheeks flush, the way they always do when I bring it up. The final room in the gallery in what is now the permanent exhibition. Amelia Corbin and Kenneth Corbin, a conversation, holds only one painting. Mine. It's the piece I told her about that night, the one that was a work in progress. After the storm. It's a portrait of her, not as a doctor, not as a stranger I collided with, but as the woman I love. She's sitting right here, on this sofa, bathed in the golden light of the fire. The storm is visible only as a hint of fading darkness through the window behind her. Her expression is one of quiet, profound peace, of love, of homecoming. It is, without question, the best thing I've ever painted. The knot in the lights finally comes free. I plug them in, and the string blazes to life, a constellation of tiny, glittering stars in my hands. Lori lets out a soft, triumphant gasp. Okay, she concedes, a smile playing on her lips. Maybe the soulless plastic husks aren't quite as magical. Never are, I murmur, leaning in to kiss her. Ready for presents? I thought you'd never ask.
Chapter 31. Lori. A year ago, I was trapped in this cabin, convinced I was at the mercy of a handsome, grieving madman who communicated in grunts and brooding stares. Tonight I am home. It's a strange, wonderful thing. My apartment in the city is still my sanctuary of order, but this cabin, with its lingering scent of turpentine and Kenneth's messy creative energy, has become my heart's true north. It's no longer a monument to a ghost. It's our space. The bookshelves are a chaotic mix of my medical journals and his art histories. My favorite oversized mug sits on the kitchen counter next to a jar of his charcoal pencils. It's the physical manifestation of our lives, once so separate, now so beautifully, irrevocably intertwined. I watch him methodically untangle the Christmas lights like we always do, his brow furrowed with the same focus he gives a blank canvas. He's still a grump. He still thinks my taste in pop music is a crime against humanity, and that pre-shredded cheese is a sign of the apocalypse. But his grumpiness has soft edges now, worn smooth by a year of laughter and shared silences. He is the steadiest, kindest man I have ever known. He finally frees the lights from their tangled prison, and when he plugs them in, the warm glow fills the room, reflecting in his dark, intense eyes. He looks at me, and in that look, I see everything. the storm we weathered, the peace we found, the future stretching out before us, bright and full of promise. "Ready for presents?" he asks, and I feel a giddy, childish excitement bubble up inside me. "I've been ready since you brought the tree home and nearly took out a wall with it," I tease. He retrieves 2 small wrapped packages from beneath the tree. He hands one to me, his eyes full of a nervous anticipation that I find utterly endearing. "You first," he says. I carefully unwrap the gift. Inside is a simple black frame. It holds a charcoal sketch, rendered in his signature evocative style. It's a drawing of a hand, my hand, lying on a rough wooden table. A larger, stronger hand is covering mine, his thumb resting on my knuckles. It's the first time he touched me in the cabin. Not out of necessity, but out of a need for simple human connection. It was the moment the ice began to crack. Tears spring to my eyes. It's not a grand, romantic gesture. It's quiet. It's intimate. It's a captured moment in time that meant nothing and everything. "It's the beginning," he says softly, as if reading my mind. For me, anyway. That was the moment everything started to change. "Kenneth," I whisper, my voice thick. "It's perfect." He looks relieved, a small, pleased smile touching his lips. "Your turn." My own heart starts to beat a little faster. My gift feels terrifyingly bold in comparison to his beautiful, sentimental one. I hand him the small flat box. He unwraps it, his movements slow and deliberate. He lifts the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of cotton, is a single, newly cut key. He stares at it. He doesn't say a word. The silence stretches and a flicker of panic ignites in my chest. Did I misread everything? Was this too much? Too soon? He slowly lifts his gaze to mine. His eyes are shining with an emotion so raw, so profound, it takes my breath away. He understands. It's not just a key to my apartment. It's the key to my life. It's me, the woman who plans everything, who protects her heart with walls of order and control, handing him the key to all of it. It's a promise, a commitment, an invitation to stop being a guest in my life and to start being a permanent resident. "Lori," he says, his voice cracking on my name. "You don't have to keep your stuff at the house anymore," I say, trying for a light tone and failing miserably. "And I'm tired of having to buzz you in. It's a practical solution, really." A slow, brilliant smile spreads across his face. "A practical solution," he repeats, his voice full of wonder. He gets up, pulling me to my feet. He frames my face with his hands, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. "God, I love you. You infuriatingly practical woman." "I love you too, you menace," I whisper, my hands coming to rest on his chest, right over his heart. He kisses me then. It's a kiss that tastes of whiskey and pine and the promise of 1,000 Christmases to come. It's a kiss that says, home. As we stand there, wrapped in each other's arms, I see it out of the corner of my eye. A single perfect snowflake drifts down past the window, then another and another. The snow begins to fall, blanketing the world in a pristine, quiet white. But it's not a prison anymore. It's not a symbol of isolation or a harbinger of a storm. It's a clean slate, a beautiful, silent, breathtaking new beginning.